Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are connected to our church. Amen. Can you ring the bell for quorum?
So I kept saying yes, until I had roads bill. No, he has never had now. This is 6 years. Thank you. This is 6 years later.
Very well, very well. There's quorum even as those two exit.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3.
This is communication. Maybe I need to. I'll give this communication later, a little later.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday. Sorry.
Give him.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, the following business will be transacted.
No.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Draft election campaign financing regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. B, summary of the report of the Auditor General for the national government for the financial year 2019-2020. C, annual report and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for financial year 2019-2020. 1, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 2, National Police Service Commission. D, special audit report of the Auditor General to Lake Turkana Wind Power Project. E, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Retirement Benefits Authority for the financial year ended 30th June 2020 and the certificate therein. F, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Development Bank of Kenya Limited for the financial year ended 30th December 2020 and the certificate therein.
Just hold on, honourable members. The communication I intend to make as a bearing on the document which has just been tabled. If the member for Kilifi North could stop shaking hands and doing jigs. The member there is that Honorable Tonui. If you could take a seat, Honorable Tonui. Honorable Tonui, if you could take a seat for a short while so that we can. The member for Seme has it is clear he has come from having his lunch and he did not take or partake of water. Honourable members, this communication is a guide regarding submission of the draft election campaign financing regulations by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. And it relates to the paper that has just been laid before the House by the Majority Whip on behalf of the leader of the majority party, titled the Draft Election Campaign Financing Regulations and Accompanying Explanatory Memorandum. The paper originated from the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, the IEBC. You will recall, honorable members, that the Election Campaign Financing Act of 2013 was enacted by Parliament to provide for the regulation, management, expenditure, and accountability of election campaign funds during election and referendum campaigns. The Act was suspended with respect to the 2017 general elections. Honorable members, Section 29, Subsection 1 of the said Act empowers the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to make regulations for the better performance of its functions under this Act. The said section provides as follows, and I quote, "The Commission may make regulations for the better performance of its functions under the Act, and such regulations shall be laid before the National Assembly for approval before they are published in the Gazette." In addition, honourable members, Section 5 of the Act mandates the Commission to make rules to regulate election campaign financing at least 12 months before the elections. For avoidance of doubt, the same section provides as follows, and I quote, "The Commission shall make rules to regulate the election campaign financing, A, in the case of a general election, at least 12 months before the election, and B, in the case of a by-election or referendum, at such time as the Commission may determine," close the quotes. Honourable members, it is important for you to note that the regulations are expected to provide for, among other things, 1, the spending limits for the different elections, 2, guidelines for expenditure rules for political parties and independent candidates, and 3, the manner in which contributions may be made. Honourable members, Sections 12, 18, and 19 of the Act empower the Commission to set limits for contributions and expenditures for candidates and political parties participating in an election at least 12 months before the election. Having said that, you will agree with me that these are not just ordinary regulations, which may be the reason why Parliament provided that they are submitted to the House in draft form for approval before they are published in the Gazette. Honourable members, even as the Election Campaign Financing Act of 2013 stipulates the timelines necessary for the approval of the said regulations, the Statutory Instruments Act provides for the ultimate process and procedure for consideration of regulations in general. In this regard, honourable members, the draft regulations and the explanatory memorandum are hereby referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration in accordance with the law. The committee may also undertake the necessary public engagements on the draft regulations. Given the statutory timeline set under Section 5 of the Election Campaign Financing Act 2013, I urge the committee to expedite the process of consideration of the draft regulations and table its report soonest to enable the House to undertake the necessary approval processes in good time. The committee and indeed the entire House are accordingly guided. And I thank you, honourable members. Do I see the member for Ogunja desiring to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, really, your communication is very clear. It's very unambiguous. But then, this is a matter of serious public interest. And as clearly stipulated in the Elections Financing Act, Finance Act 2013, there is a time element. But that time element is such that the Commission is required to have published these regulations at least 12 months before a general election. It is clear, given that today we are on the 5th of August, and the next elections, barring something else happening, is going to be on the 9th of August next year. So, Speaker, I would have wanted to hear from you clarifying the public, because they are very anxious, that given the time at which these regulations have come before us as a House, and given the requirements of the House in terms of dealing with them, we are not definitely going to meet the timeline for these regulations to come into force for the purposes of next year's general elections. That should have been really helpful to relieve the public of the anxiety, because it's very possible for busybodies out there to start blaming Parliament for having sat on these regulations, or sat on, so that we don't have them applied in the next general elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But I think the point you raised, Honorable Wandai, is a valid one and quite pertinent, because the IBC, being a constitutional commission, has, I would imagine, acutely been aware of the functions allocated to it, one of which is the one of coming up with the regulations. But they have brought them to us today. In fact, was I to be minded otherwise, I would not have approved them even for tabling today. But given that what you just saying, that it is important that everybody in the country knows it is not Parliament, it is the IEBC, which has sat on its laurels and has not presented to this House the regulations. This House still, as you know, has the power to make and then make laws. So our committee is at liberty to give us whatever recommendations they deem fit and necessary in the circumstances of the case. So that, and it's fair that since they have come today, and somebody was suggesting that can the Parliament pass them before Monday 9th? I said, Parliament is also not a miracle worker. Parliament will sit up to the close of business today, 5th. I mean, unless somebody somewhere imagines that, or maybe because they see members of Parliament in all manner of functions 24/7. They imagine that even when you are supposed to be in your place of worship, for our brothers and sisters who are Muslims, and for the rest of you who may be SDAs on Saturdays and others on Sundays, they think you should also be passing laws around that time. Because I can't imagine, one cannot understand how anybody in their right minds can sit on such important regulations and bring them to Parliament on the very, very last day. But without making any particular determination, our committee is a committee of this House, and the House is at liberty to deal with the regulations, the draft regulations as they find appropriate. I don't seem to see the chair of the committee, the Honorable Kamket. The Honorable Kamket, the Vice Chair, the Honorable Jagagwa, an active member of the committee, the Honorable Angari. Please, don't comment, otherwise people may think that you are prejudiced, as they may think the Honorable Wandai may have been. But it was just drawing the attention of the House to the fact that these draft regulations are coming really too late. Yet they are so important. And, but you know, the House, in excess of its powers, deferred the application of the Act from the 2017 general elections. So I'm not saying much. I'm sure the House will be able to deal. You make the law. You can even unmake that one. Yes. And I'm sure there are very many bills here which are coming to repeal other existing laws. So let's just proceed. The committee will give us a report. But please move with speed so that there is no, the presence of these regulations in the House does not elicit unnecessary anxiety from amongst other Kenyans who may be interested in the elections, and particularly how they are financed. Honorable Wandai, Chair of Public Accounts Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021. A report of the Public Accounts Committee on the procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Thank you.
Honorable Kosing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on its consideration of the following. 1, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2020. And Honorable Speaker, number 2, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2021. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021, afternoon session, or afternoon sitting. Report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of 1, the Social Assistant Repeal Bill, Bill number 16 of 2020, and the Children Amendment Bill, Bill number 46 of 2020. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson, Finance and Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of 1, the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2020, the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2020, 3, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2020, 4, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, 2020, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, 5, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2020, 6, the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2020, 7, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021, 8, the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2021, 9, the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, 2021, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, August 5th, 2021, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Health on the consideration of the National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021, 2, the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2021, 3, the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2021, 4, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly of 2020, and 5, the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I hope we are all paying attention. And I think it will be in order for the House to appreciate those committees which have been able to table reports relating to a total of 18 bills, many of which belong to individual private members. And therefore, it means we need to begin to consider them and possibly allocate try to limit time so as to be able to fast track many of the private members' bills, as appropriate. I think I wish to really commend those committees. Finance, nine bills. Health, 5 bills. Transport, 2 bills. And labor, 2 bills. That is indeed commendable. And I wish to urge other committees who have bills to also expedite their consideration and table the reports. Even as I say this, I'm aware that when I look to my right, I know the member for NDBS has persistently been asking about his bill. It's before the Committee of Health, isn't it? Honorable Sabina Chege, that bill, bring some reports. You have done very well with this. Bring some report one way or other, let the House deal with it. Yeah? Please, because the Honorable Dr. Pukose has really been pressurizing even the House Business Committee. And I think it's only fair that the bill gets the light to see the light of day. Honorable Kaki Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a concern. I would like, first of all, to congratulate my colleagues who have tabled many bills, reports for bills and other issues within their committees. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the Departmental Committee on Lands receives many petitions. And you did grant us leave and ordered that we make sure that we deliver our pending business within our committees, and you gave us timelines. Honorable Speaker, we worked last week with the Departmental Committee on Lands, and we were able to finalize 3 petitions. And when I asked this morning, I was told by the clerk, the senior clerk of my committee, that these reports are going through quality control. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to seek your direction. How long does it take? Because the next thing, Honorable Speaker, is that members will raise on the floor of the House asking about the petitions that they are brought to the Departmental Committee. We did conclude 3 in Mombasa, and this morning we worked on 2. So we are working very hard. So I would like to seek your direction on how long does it take for these quality control departments to work on our reports, so that I also table, so that also the members of Departmental Committee on Lands who have been working very hard do not think that the reports are not being tabled. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think that's a matter that Mr. Kirui and the clerk should address. Whatever the case, they should be ready. But quality control should not also delay presentation of reports. It's good that you've raised that issue, Rachel. Order number 6. On next order. Sorry.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Wandai.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, August 5th, 2021, and pursuant to Article 226, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution and Section 43 of the Public Audit Act, number 35 of 2015, approves the appointment of M.S. Ronalds Limited Liability Partnership to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member. Go to first segment. Member for Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 265 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the current ratio of teachers to pupils for primary and secondary schools in Mwingi Central constituency vis-a-vis the recommended ratio as stipulated in the education policy? Number 2, could the CS provide the current total number of teachers in Mwingi Central constituency in both primary and secondary schools vis-a-vis the total number required? Number 3, what measure the ministry put in place to improve the performance and quality of education in the constituency, which has largely been compromised by the shortage of teachers? Number 4, considering that Mwingi Central constituency is currently experiencing drought following the failure of long rains, could the ministry provide free school feeding program to schools in the constituency with a view to ensuring that children attend school? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Ganze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to ask question number 267 of 2001, direct to the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Research. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Ngamani Primary School in Jaribuni Ward, Ganze constituency is managed through Kilifi Sub-County as opposed to Kauma Sub-County where it falls administratively? Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures the ministry has put in place to address infrastructural and management challenges currently facing the said school? Mr. Speaker, I beg to bring to your attention that in Roman 1, there was a typo error whereby they had indicated Kauma County, but it is Kwale County, but it is Kauma Sub-County. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Sirisia. Honorable Aluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 270 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain how the government plan to realize 100% transition for all students who sat for the 2021 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE, examination to universities, colleges, and other institutions of high learning as directed by His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta. 2, will the Cabinet Secretary also explain how all the 143,140 students who attained grade C plus and above, grade C, C plain, and many opt out to join other institutions of learning, such as technical and vocational education training, TVET institution? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied again before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question is by the member for Gilgil, Honorable Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 275 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, and Urban Development and Public Works. Number 1, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the 15-kilometer section of the road between Gilgil Town and Kanyerere Center on the Gilgil, the right name of the road, Mr. Speaker, is Gilgil to Maini in Gilgil constituency, that was left incomplete during the rehabilitation of the Gilgil to Maini, is constructed to completion? Number 2, Could the Cabinet Secretary state the expected commencement and completion date of the project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Simba Arati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a question 286 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development and Public Works. One, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the policy measures with respect to the maximum numbers of residential apartments, units, and the floors which may be developed in the area within Nairobi City, where parcel land LL number 209/3289 measuring 0.3661 acre is located. Two, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the ongoing development on the said parcel of land has fully complied with all regulations and procedure, including zoning limits, in line with the Fiscal Planning and Land Use Planning Act 2019, approval of National Construction Authority, and the certification with respect to environmental and impact assessment. Three, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the ministry taken to stop the ongoing development on the said land or property, given the complaints raised by the residents and the property owners in the neighborhood, with respect to adherence to the Fiscal and Land Use Planning Act 2019 and EI, which is undertaken and approved in accordance with the law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The next question is by the member for Igembe Central, Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 288 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the Coordination of National Government. Mr. Speaker, number one, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures the Ministry has put in place to urgently stem the rampant cases of insecurity in Igembe Central constituency, occasioned by invasions and attacks by armed raiders allegedly from the neighboring Isiolo region, who on 28th of July 2021 caused the death of 4 persons, residents of Ntukai village. There's a typing error there, Mr. Speaker. It's Ntukai village, and stole property of unknown value. Number two, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the measures it has put in place to disarm the said raiders and apprehend criminals who have been attacking innocent civilians as they attempt to protect their property and the farms? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide the steps the ministry is taking to stop illegal grazers from invading private farms and destroying crops in charge of pasture for their animals? And finally, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary consider compensating the victims of these attacks for the losses they have suffered in terms of loss of lives, medical expenses, funeral expenses, and loss of farm produce? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. That's the end of the first segment. But the second segment is responses to statement requests. And the first response is by the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Honorable Chachuganya, you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respond on behalf of the chairman of the committee. The response is the statement by the Honorable John Mulua, MP, regarding human-wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency. Honorable Speaker, the member of Voi constituency, John Mulua, MP, sought for a statement regarding human-wildlife conflict in the Voi pursuant to Standing Order 42C. He specifically raised the following concerns in the statements equated for. One, what measures are being taken to bring human-wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency, particularly in Mbololo, Ngolie locations, as well as Kasigao, Masienye, Marungu, and Lower Sagala areas to an end. Two, what measures are being taken to compensate families affected by this wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency. Three, whether the ministry could consider compensating victims of the human-wildlife conflict whose claims have been pending for the last 5 years and when they will be paid. Honorable Speaker, the committee engaged the Minister of Wildlife and Tourism, Minister of Tourism and Wildlife on the above concerns raised by Honorable Mulolwa. I therefore wish to respond as follows. A, on the measures being taken by Kenya Wildlife Service to mitigate emerging causes of human-wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency, the following measures have been taken by KWS to mitigate emerging cases of human-wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency. One, ground and area patrols. KWS has been using mobile teams to patrol the known hotspots to avert and also to respond to conflict areas. They have also been using aircraft to identify and map wildlife movements, especially for elephants. This has helped in driving elephants before they move to communities or other settled areas. The 4 mobile teams have been deployed to Kishushe, Bolololo, Mbulia, Sagala, and Bugota areas of Kasigao, and are equipped with full camping gears and 4x4 wheel drive open land cruisers. Elephants are driven by use of helicopters, has been done in the affected areas within the constituency on diverse dates in the last few months. In addition, KWS choppers 5YKWW and DCWT chopper 755YCSP for 7 days to drive the elephants. 2, prompt and rapid response to reported areas. KWS has strategically placed mobile problem animal control teams at all hotspot areas for quick and prompt response to reported areas to report the case of wildlife invading community areas. The team are also involved in assessment of farms and property destroyed by animals and issue compensation forms to the affected residents. The mobile teams work closely with other conservation partners and local community members to drive elephants from affected areas. They have also provided the individual private mobile numbers plus the Voi Community Service Station hotline number to the community members for efficient communication. Number 3, problematic animal management unit. This is a special unit under KWS which offers support in key hotspot areas in the country to deal with problem animal control when conflict cases become intense. In the last 2 months, the team has come in Voi constituency to give support to resident park teams in handling human-wildlife conflict. 4, community support in human-wildlife mitigation. Kenya Wildlife Service has issued rechargeable spotlights and blowhorns vuvuzelas to community members as a mitigation measure to help them scare away problem animals before the response teams arrive in the affected areas. 5, game-proof fences. A number of fences are being put in place around the park and community areas for conflict mitigation. For example, in the Mkatau fence in Tsavo West National Park, in the Ikanga Voi fence in Tsavo East National Park, Mkatau Alia Kamtonga fence within the ranches and around Mwatete. D, the phase 2 of Mgemo, Buguta, Miaisenye fence is at the final stage. Community stakeholders participation to allow for development of an environmental impact assessment document. 6, stakeholders and community engagement. KWS has been working closely with key conservation stakeholders like Save the Elephants, Strategic Wildlife Trust, Service Trust, and Wildlife Works, ensuring that communities are supported in mitigating human-wildlife conflict, especially in the named hotspots. This includes support for construction of wildlife-proof fences, desilting of water ponds and dams, enterprise projects like beekeeping and sunflower farming. Regular engagement with the community have also been ongoing with the intention of creating awareness on harmonious coexistence with wildlife and to address any concern from the community in regard to human-wildlife conflicts. Mr. Speaker, I'm just about to conclude. On the measures being taken to protect wildlife affected by human-wildlife conflict in the Voi constituency, compensation have been widely used in Kenya as a method of mitigating the impact of human-wildlife conflict. The Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013 provides for compensation for human-wildlife, human injury, livestock predation, crop destruction, and property damage cases caused by wildlife. The amount of compensation in relation to personal injury or death or damage to property or corporate predation is provided for in Section 25 of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013. The compensation process provides that human-wildlife conflict compensation claims lodged by victims of human-wildlife conflict shall be deliberated by the county wildlife conservation compensation committees and a determination made. The deliberations and recommendation of the CWCCC shall be discussed by Ministry of Wildlife Compensation Committee and a recommendation made to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife for personal approval or any other determination as the case may be. And all conflict incidences from Voi constituency are verified and compensation forms are issued to the affected members of the community. Honorable Speaker, on the status of payment for human-wildlife conflict compensation to victims of human-wildlife conflicts in Voi constituency, which have been pending for the last 5 years. The government, through the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, have been releasing compensation funds for settlements of approved human-wildlife conflict compensation claims across the country. A total of 437 claims for victims of human-wildlife conflict from Voi constituency have been processed and approved for payment. Out of these, 363 claims amounted to Kenya shilling 23,878,717 were processed for payment by the end of June 2021. The balance of 75 approved claims amounting to Kenya shilling 46,850,080 shillings are pending awaiting allocation of funding from National Treasury. A detailed response with the list of 363 claims cases for processed payment and those of 75 approved cases pending payment have been shared with the member. I submit and I thank the Speaker for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Voi, the Honorable Mlolwa. Isn't it the Honorable Mlolwa who requested the statement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. I've heard the response, but I'm sorry it is not meeting what I had asked. Number one, most of these claims were for the year 2014, and most of them have not been paid to date. And as we are talking now, out there working on them, I don't want to agree with that answer. The elephants are still roaming freely in the people's farms. They are still destroying people's tanks. They are still destroying water reservoirs, and nothing much is being done on the ground. I would have expected that the committee would even suggest that they'll come down and even see what is going on the ground, so that we're able to see and to learn from the ground the damage which is being caused by elephants and other animals in my area. The tanks, the water tanks which were destroyed, I had expected that those will be addressed immediately, that all those homes whose tanks have been destroyed, they would have been replaced by now by KWS. Finally, the last time I met the Minister for Tourism, he talked about he needed 3.5 billion to be able to pay all the compensation in the country. Can the committee ensure that they bring the budget to this parliament so that we are able to give the ministry the money to pay the human-wildlife conflict people who have been affected all the years through? Mr. Speaker, it is no longer attainable, because if all these people who are affected, they grow this food for subsistence, but all of it is destroyed, say from 2014. Today is 2021, they have not been compensated. I don't think that is fair, and something should be done seriously. As we make the budgets for this country, or for the Ministry of Tourism, it's important to put enough money so that these people can be compensated. And not only in Voi or Taita Taveta, I think this affects the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chachu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate Mr. Mlolo's concerns on this. Mr. Speaker, sir, under your leadership in the 11th Parliament, we passed Wildlife Management Conservation Act of 2013. We clearly ensured that there will be enough compensation for all forms of injury, including human death. even to humans and even for crops damaged in their farms. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is this House which gives money. As a Committee on Environment, we are still frustrated when all our colleagues raise these very important questions, and we know they are still deserving, but we are not able to get the necessary funds from this House to be able to deal conclusively with this issue of wildlife-human conflict. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have passed the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, we pay up to 6 million in terms of human death, and equally for other damages. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, Treasury is not able to give the amount of money required. Even this year, what we passed is very insignificant in terms of addressing the millions of outstanding dues. I call upon my colleagues here, because we are all affected by this serious concern of human wildlife conflict, whereby people are killed, they have to wait for payment for over 6 years or even 10 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have the powers of the past. Please support us as a Committee of Environment. Let's have the funding that we require so that we can, for House, so that these Kenyans who have suffered so much are able to be compensated. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that power is with us in this House. Let's make a decision and a determination once and for all, even if it's a supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, not even more than, even maybe 20 billion, to say the least, so that we are able to deal with this issue once and for all. There are Kenyans who have been waiting for the compensation for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's not fair. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, again, the power is in your hands. See what to do. Let's not lament that the constituents are not being compensated, yet we have the power of the purse. The next request is by the Honorable Duale, the Chair of Finance. I don't see the Honorable Duale present today.
Yeah, so Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Duale is not present, but since we did this together, we invited him to the committee so that he could engage with the Capital Markets Authority himself together with the members of the committee. So the response that we'll give is a matter that we have discussed. So what I will do is maybe not read the entire report. I'll just highlight what his question was and what our conclusions are, and then maybe table it, and then we can move forward. With your permission, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, Honorable Aden Duale requested for a statement on Wednesday, 23rd June 2021 regarding Capital Markets Authority, capital markets regulatory failures and oversight leading to losses of investors' funds. He sought for responses to the following issues. One is the total number of all the unregulated capital markets products, in the effectiveness and efficiency of CMA in regulating the capital markets in Kenya, and the total number of firms penalized by CMA in the last 5 years, and remedial action which was taken for investors who lost funds. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee held a meeting on Thursday, 8th July 2021, and the Chief Executive Officer of CMA, Mr. Wycliffe Shamia, responded to the issues raised as appear in this statement. So the statement highlights all the issues that were raised and what their responses were. But by and large, the CMA said that, told the committee that CMA has built a reputation of efficiently and effectively discharging its objectives as required by the CMA Act. Consequently, the authority has been recognized as the most innovative capital markets regulator in Africa 5 times in a row, 2014 to 2019. And it is also through their good work that the authority has been recognized through key appointments to the Board of International Organization of Securities and Commissions, among other things that they said. But finally, the answers were not sufficient. So, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, from the responses provided by CMA, the committee established that there are more issues that needed to be inquired into. For instance, members noted that the CMA Act needs to be amended in order to enable the authority to discharge its mandate effectively. In addition, the committee was of the view that the matter regarding the of Imperial Bank and Chase Bank needed to be addressed more comprehensively, as the primary regulator, CBK, undertook to furnish the committee with the preliminary findings of the forensic audit carrying out following the collapse of the said banks. With regards to the Cyton Investments Group, the committee noted the need to engage the investors whose funds were alleged to have been lost, and further engage the management of the investment group. It is for the above reasons, therefore, that the committee is seeking the leave of the House to carry out a comprehensive inquiry on this matter and table its recommendations with a view of ensuring that Kenyans who lost their investments in the capital markets are duly compensated and to prevent future loss. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. See that, but to the extent that the committee seeks leave, the only way it can get that leave is through a motion. So maybe, Honorable Wanga, you may consider your committee sitting and approving a motion to that extent. I mean, to express the conclusions of you've read out.
Well advised, Honorable Speaker.
Next response, Chair Health. You have 3 responses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first response, I will take some time, but the second 2 responses, the members had appeared before the committee and they indicated they were satisfied unless they have any other response. So I'll just touch on those 2 later, but I'll start with the first one. It was a request for statement regarding operation of buses during the COVID-19 pandemic in the country by Honorable Abdulswamad Sharif Nasil, MP Mvita constituency. And the question was, could the chair explain the basis for allowing rail and road transport to carry passengers at full capacity during the period of COVID-19 pandemic, while subjecting coast public services buses totaling to 1,260 buses operated by 42 companies to operate at half capacity? The response was following the development of protocols for the resumption of air and rail transport in July 2020. This mode of transport resumed their operations with their full capacity in August 2020 and October 2020, respectively. And this resumption leveraged on the ability of the stakeholders to adhere to the containment measures detailed in the protocols. This is made possible owing to the inherent strict procedures guiding the booking, ticketing on board, and seating arrangements in these 2 modes of transport. It's also leveraged on thorough screening at the passengers, especially temperature screening at the several points before boarding, aimed at limiting the entry of suspected cases in the cabin. In the response to the direction given by the HE, the President in the 14th presidential address to the nation on COVID-19 pandemic on 12 March 2021, the Ministry of Health, together with the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Interior, the Federation of Public Transport Sector, and other state departments, including the Kenya Revenue Authority, National Transport Safety Authority, held a joint meeting and reviewed the existing protocols in the transport sector and agreed to a new guidelines to be complied with the PSV industry. The protocols were reviewed to, among other things, to allow PSV to carry full capacity, subject to enhancement of safety measures and self-regulation through the PSV circles and companies to facilitate continued safety for passengers while mitigating the spread of COVID-19. However, the protocol could not be implemented as the positivity rate in the country began to rise from a low positivity of 2% in January to the positivity rate increased to 26.6 in the 4th week of March 2021, while indications were on a rising rate. This heralded the beginning of the 3rd wave of pandemic. The country is only emerging from the 3rd wave, but the pandemic has not relented yet. In order to achieve full implementation of the protocol, where the public transport operators were required to collaborate with the NTSA, the National Police Service, and other public transport stakeholders to ensure full compliance with the protocols. The Ministry of Health is currently working with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Transport to map out mechanisms to ensure compliance with the protocols. Such mechanisms include the engagements with the SACCOs to regulate the road transport operations of the operator registered under them. It is the hope that the ministry, that the PSVs will be able to resume the full load carrying capacity as the country emerges from the current wave of the pandemic, bearing in mind that they need to still follow the wearing of the mask, sanitizing, and having washing points. Mr. Speaker, if I'm just to add something, I am informed that both the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Transport have agreed that the PSVs can resume to the full capacity, and they are waiting for the NTSA. And I was hoping maybe by this week or next week, they can quickly have that meeting with the stakeholders, and this can be fully be implemented. On the second question was about could the chairperson consider reviewing the COVID-19 protocols and guidelines with regard to the buses, considering that the bus companies are currently operating at half capacity and running into losses, in particular if they can be allowed to operate on 24-hour basis. And I request that I don't go through the response, but it's similar to the first question, that the matter is already being discussed by various departments, and hopefully this can be resolved within maybe 2 weeks' time. On the third question, could the chairperson consider reviewing the COVID-19 protocols on the banning night travel using buses as compared to night travels allowed on standard gauge railway, which operates on full capacity despite the night curfew imposed for more than a year? The response was the dusk to dawn curfew has been in effect for more than a year, with periodic adjustment to the time it commences and ends each day. The hours operations of the standard gauge railway are arranged so that journeys undertaken in the SGR are times to begin and end outside the curfew timings. Notably, SGR operates express service during the curfew hours. The Ministries of Transport, Health and Interiors are working on mechanisms that will allow the inter-county buses to commence and end their journeys outside the curfew hours. One of the options would be to ensure that the buses operate only express services to avoid drop-off within the curfew hours. On question 4, could the chair explain why the protocol for public road transport operation adopted in preparing for the lifting of COVID-19 restriction has not been implemented as assigned by the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development and Public Works in February 2020? The response again mirrors to the first response. And we are hoping that within this week and next week, this can be sorted out, because the whole matter was left with NTSA, and specifically there were some things that the DG NTSA was supposed to implement, having consulted with the SACCOs. I want to table that answer. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I should go to the second and third, then the members can, or we first allowed to give comments?
We could allow the member from Vita to...
That's okay.
Yeah, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I had a word with the chair, and she's in agreement with me that these responses are truly not satisfactory at all. Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with human lives. Mr. Speaker, it's a known fact that in this country, over the last 3 months, there have been 483 suicide cases that have been reported. 483 suicide cases. More people are literally losing their livelihood from the effects of these lockdowns and these operations that the government has been able to put into place than even COVID itself. 483 people, Mr. Speaker, and not even a single one of us here will deny that right now, joblessness is at its highest in this country. None of us will deny here that every single day they receive phone calls from their constituents that people are being sent home because of lack of school fees. No one here is going to deny, Mr. Speaker, that crime has increased to the extent that people are bold enough to actually attack police officers and stations. No one here is going to deny, Mr. Speaker, divorce rate as well is amongst the highest. We are breaking families. Mr. Speaker,
Look at the responses that the government has been able to give. It's so wanting. One, they're saying in their first response, and I want to read what has actually been read out, verbatim. Following the development of protocols for the resumption of air and rail transport in July, this mode of transport resumed the operations with their full carrying capacity in August 2020 and October 2020 respectively. And question is, why can these same protocols be used on the buses as well? An institution that is currently hiring close to 6,000 people directly, and if we look at the indirect employment that people are actually losing out, it's a multiple effect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you go on even further, response number 3, actually I want to still go on. In order to achieve full implementation of the protocols, the public transport operators are required to collaborate with NTSA. They have collaborated with the NTSA. The NTSA is aware that the bus owners have been able to do this. No one can tell me right now that no bus owner can be able to put a thermogun for people to be able to measure the temperature of a passenger. No one can be able to tell me, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot have sanitizers in buses. No one can be able to tell me, Mr. Speaker, equally, that we cannot have direct stop from one point to the other, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a bit scary as well. They are aware that these protocols are in place. They've even said it, that the Federation of Public Transport, together with the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Interior, and other state departments, including KRA, NTSA, and Safety Authority, reviewed these existing protocols from March 2021. March, Mr. Speaker. March, April, May, June, July, August, 6 months down the line. And nothing has been done. And yet here we are getting saddened by the state at which this country is moving. And if people are not going to be able to take action, Mr. Speaker, we are going to lose out on this country. Every single Kenyan is looking at every one of you who is here to be able to come up with solutions. And what is happening? Instead of government coming up with solutions, Mr. Speaker, the same government that is meant to enhance the livelihood of people, the same government is continuously stamping its foot down on the lives of Kenyans. And if we don't say this, this will be the highest level of betrayal on the people who voted for us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chair has talked about that within a period of 2 weeks, that something is going to be able to be done. I'm expecting, Mr. Speaker, I was truly expecting that the Ministry of Health, in its principles of guiding matters to do with, the protocols and the guidelines, as envisaged in the Constitution of this country, as are stated in the laws of this country, Mr. Speaker, we're expecting them to come and tell us something like, we're talking to the bus owners and their airlines, and as Mr. Speaker, here we are, and every single day, we simply have to say that government has requested for 2 weeks, government has requested for an extra 3 weeks, and every hour that passes, Mr. Speaker, and we don't provide solutions, every hour, forget about the weeks that we're talking about, every hour that we don't provide solutions, we're killing our own.
You appear to have forgotten. It's not debate. No, there's no comment. There's no comment. No. It is not in your purview to make that determination. We need to get to business. We need to get to business. We have a number of questions that need to be put. It's not life and death. But when you get 1 minute, Honorable Pukose, on the same one.
Yes.
This is Honorable Rono, yes.
Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Abdul Samad has asked is a very serious matter. because it affects the business and livelihoods of many Kenyans. And I would ask if it is possible that the chair seeks a better response from the ministry, because what the ministry has actually given is inadequate. We need to see a progress on how these people are going to get, how we can be able to prevent COVID, at the same time allow people even to travel. We could even introduce that everybody who travels on the buses must be vaccinated. That way, it allows these people, in a way we could also be promoting vaccination within our country.
Honorable Rono.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I only wanted to comment on one thing, Honorable Speaker, because I feel the pain of Honorable Nasir, which we do also feel, because it affects our membership a lot. When I take a plane to Eldoret, to Mombasa, and so forth, we sit next to each other. And it's a very interesting thing. I am just wondering whether planes are not corona, they don't get corona. When you sit in a plane, you don't get corona, but when you sit in a bus, you can get corona. It's a very interesting scenario. If we have allowed the plane transport, the air transport, to carry full capacity, it's only fair that we allow the buses, the matatus, to carry full capacity.
Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I join with the pain of my colleague. The statement from the ministry is underwhelming and not capable of answering the issues at hand. The ministry seems to be proverbially ostrich burying its head under the sun, knowing that everything is okay, yet Kenyans are suffering. Honorable Speaker, the transport industry is a major employer. Those who are unable to operate full capacity are suffering. The social impact is overwhelming, is more than the impact of the corona itself. Honorable Speaker, the owners of those transport vehicles have taken loans. They are choking. Honorable Speaker, I think at some point, the ministry and the government as a whole needs to be sympathetic to the plight of Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the country closes down, something should be done. Are we vaccinating? Are we fumigating? What is it that we are doing so that the transport system goes back in the ordinary? We associate ourselves with the concern of Honorable Nasir. I think he is not alone. All the members sitting in the August House are concerned that wherever the government closes down anything, so long as vaccination is not going on, it is a zero-sum game that we are not gaining anything in return. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I empathize with the Honorable Nazir, and indeed it's true. Many entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, are really suffering. If you're in transport industry, Mr. Speaker, and the capacity has been reduced, it minimizes your chance to break even. And if you cannot break even, Mr. Speaker, that means the business is going to collapse. And as the business collapses, Mr. Speaker, there are those people you've employed. The drivers, the conductors are likely to lose their jobs. We humbly request the government, Mr. Speaker, to look for measures that can help to cushion these farmers, but particularly the CS from the response it has given, Mr. Speaker. I think it's the highest time it should be summoned. And if a CS in one way or another does not give a satisfactory answer, Mr. Speaker, we should impeach that, you allow us to impeach that particular CS as an example, because they've taken Parliament for a ride, Mr. Speaker. Many times you ask the questions, but the way they respond, it's in a sketchy manner, Mr. Speaker, in a don't care attitude. At times when they're supposed to appear before the committee, they send these other people called the CS, Mr. Speaker. Some of them, if you don't understand their mandate, and even the court ruled about this matter. So Parliament, Mr. Speaker, represents the representative of the people. The sovereign power belongs to the people, Mr. Speaker, which can be exercised directly or indirectly by the democratically elected leaders who are members of this House. Way forward, Mr. Speaker, I think they should give a thorough warning that CSS, wherever they are, They should not take this house for granted, Mr. Speaker. And we must start with this matter that Honorable Nasir has brought on board. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kangogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Nasir has just singled out the transport sector, which is very important and employing many Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, other sectors like the hospitality industry, they are suffering the same. The government, they are closing the country, there is a lockdowns everywhere, and they are not giving alternatives on how these people can be cushioned. Mr. Speaker, the Form 1s who just joined school some days ago, there are so many of them who have not been able to be admitted to Form 1 because their parents who used to work as conductors, who used to work as drivers, cannot take their children to school, Mr. Speaker, because of that issue of the buses being locked out. They are carrying just a half of their capacity. Mr. Speaker, the answers given from the ministry, they are so shallow, and it's like they don't have, that pain of that person who has been employed in that sector. Mr. Speaker, I think it is high time, even yourself, Mr. Speaker, you intervene, you ask the chair to bring a comprehensive and a solution to this.
Honorable Mohammed Mahmoud Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think although this is not being debated, but it is important that we do contribute to important factual matters. Important factual matters is that unless we get herd immunity in this country, unless we have got people who are vaccinated, unless we have got people who are exposed but are able to defend themselves naturally, then it becomes a challenge. It becomes a challenge, and it's a challenge that we all need to consider that there are ways that we can get out of it. The best way we can get out of it is to have the entire population vaccinated, or at least at a threshold where we can be able to be comfortable to say that these should suffice to be able to protect our people. Unless that happens, we will have this challenge continuously. But we also need to meander through this by ensuring that we provide better abilities, providing masks, sanitations, and all these things, and transport to continue, and life to continue. That's all I want to add.
Now, Honorable Mele.
Honorable Speaker, the issues that have been raised by Honorable Abdul Swamad Nasir are very vital. And I want to ask the Chair Health actually to take it back to the CS to know very well that every other sector, if it is closed, is not a solution. Every other time, and there's a very simple thing, Honorable Speaker, here. If, for example, the government have 1 million doses, for example, to vaccinate people, and in the Matatu sector, why don't they have in every stage across the country people who are supposed to do that job? Because at times the number of Kenyans who travel are almost the same, because these are businessmen, these are people who are taking students to school, these are people who are running up and down. But if you are going to close for a tout, what is this alternative? It is to steal. If you are going to close for a tout, what is the alternative? You will commit crime and all these other activities. So I want to ask the CS and the Ministry of Health to come out very clearly on COVID, so that actually we have had immunity and we save our people. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, Ndagala.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I also want to give my voice on this pandemic issue, the issue Honorable Nasir put across. To say the truth, Mr. Speaker, the Kenyans are suffering. This COVID thing is devastating. I think the best thing to be done by the Minister or the Minister of Health, should devise a method of making sure every Kenyan is vaccinated. Once every Kenyan is vaccinated, so that we go back to our normal lives. We may be putting on this, we may be closing our mouth and nose every now and then. We wash our hands. We keep distance. That will make us move as a country. Because the economy is down. Many people are dying. Families don't have food on their table. The situation is there. We need a solution to all this to heal this country. It's high time the ministry should take the necessary precaution and ensure through the government every Kenyan is vaccinated.
Now, honour members, remember this is a request. This was a request for a statement. The issues you've raised are quite pertinent, but they are coming at a time when you wanted to be allowed to make some comments and express your anger and frustration and commiserations with those that have lost their loved ones. But that's about all. You members, as members, know how best to deal, to compel action. And I want to encourage you, including the Honorable Abdul Samad, even if it has to come through a committee, if you can propose some motion where the House is able to resolve in a particular way, including having to call the cabinet secretaries for health alongside the cabinet secretary for transport to appear before the committee so that certain decisions can be made, can be taken, where a report will be tabled here, debated, and possibly adopted as a resolution, which then could give you the teeth with which to bite. I think it's not fair for the House to all the time express frustration. Earlier on, when the Honorable Chachuganya read the statement about compensation, the member for Voi, the Honorable Lola, was just lamenting. So is there, for how long are we going to lament? I think we better think of ways of getting action, and that can be through motions. And if you bring appropriate motions, we will prioritize them. Suspend other business so that you debate those issues and resolve in a particular way, from which now you're going to be able to, to hold other people accountable. Because now this thing of the statement is not sufficient, the answer is not, it's shallow. Yeah, but it only ends there with lamentation. I think as a House we shouldn't be lamenting. Honorable Sabina, you wanted to, don't express frustration as the chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also happened that last week I met more than 30 chairs of the circles. And what members have expressed here is a true reality. Majority of those matatus are on loans, and they take care of many families, whether be it the drivers or the conductors. The effect that the matatu industry, not just the buses that the honorable member had raised, actually the entire public service vehicles. This matter needs to be addressed. I actually went ahead, Mr. Speaker, to reach out to the Minister of Transport and also our minister, and only that they had a very busy schedule. We were hoping that we could have had a meeting with them to sort out this matter. That's why I made a commitment. Mr. Speaker, as a chair, I want to make a commitment, even if it takes my committee to invite all those CSAs, plus the NTSA, because it seems all the protocols were agreed, but the ball is lying at the NTSA court. So we'll take up the matter as members of the health committee. We'll invite the honorable member, and there were other members who had also asked a similar question, so that we make sure that we save the public sector, the public sector, and especially the private sector on the matatu, especially on the matatus and the buses. So as members are getting frustrated, there's some hope. And I'm hoping the next 2 weeks we can have a better report to table in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, and I think just to encourage you, invite all those stakeholders, those in the public transport sector, plus the regulatory authorities, the NTSA and whatever other agencies. And the people's, unfortunately, some of them, there's a lot of overlap about where they are reporting places. But if they tell you that they report to the interior, invite also the interior, so that this matter can be, it's actually for the benefit of Kenyans. It's not a laughing matter. And there was a very good proposal from what the Honorable Pukosa said. Yes, because you should encourage people to be vaccinated. But you also must take some initiative, know where the people are. And if they're in the transport sector, take it there. So they should I see the chair of transport. No, we're not talking about just the transport sector, but the concerns that have been raised by members here, that some of the protocols agreed on are not being implemented. And I think, Honorable Sabina Chege, if you could arrange and invite as many on the day, and already encourage that there be some notices, including at the entrance, of which committee is meeting where and about what. I don't know why it's not there, because it is important on a meeting like that, in a meeting like that one, it's important that as many members as possible are made aware so that they can attend. Let's get as many ideas coming to the table as possible, so that some firm decision in the interest of the country can be reached. And so I think, Honorable Sabina, when you call the meeting, please notify, just get the clerk. The clerk should notify members on that particular day, so that as many members as possible can attend. It's a serious matter. You want some other response, Honorable Sabina? Did you say you had already discussed with the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we had the request for statement by Honorable Gideon Koske, MP, regarding classification of Bomet County as a COVID-19 hotspot zone. He attended in person, and he got the response. Unless he has a comment, I don't think I need to go through.
That's a member for Chebalungu. Yeah? No. It is the member for Chebalungu, I recall, who is also a vice chair of some committee. He normally sits around there, not too far away from where the majority whip is sitting. I think that's a member who saw the statement. Yeah. Since he's not present and you say he appeared and you appear to have been satisfied, I think you don't need to.
To a statement regarding COVID-19 pandemic situation in Homa Bay County and its environs by Honorable Peter Opondo Kaluma, whom I also don't see like he's in the house, Mr. Speaker. He also attended and he got the answer.
Well, he got the answer from horse's mouth.
Yes.
I mean, that is like what you would call in evidence viva voce. So having received it directly,
yes.
Maybe that's why he is not present.
He had already received the answer.
Very well. I think we can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Very well. Majority whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Majority Leader, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome members from the short working recess. As members may recall, the House resolved to alter the calendar to extend the recess period by 1 week to allow committees more time to consider all pending business, especially individual members' bills. I hope members found the extra period granted useful to expedite any pending business and also interact with the constituents. Honorable Speaker, On Tuesday, 10th August 2021, next week, the following business has been tentatively scheduled for consideration. 1. The following bills have been scheduled for first reading. A. The Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2021 by the Honorable Nesula Lesuda, MP. B. The Asians Widows and Orphans Pension Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2021 by the Majority Leader. C. The Provident Fund Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2021 by the Majority Leader. 2. The following bills have been scheduled for second reading. A. The Irrigation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2021. B. The Social Assistance Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2020. C. The Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021. 3. In addition, the House is also scheduled to consider Sessional Paper number 1 of 2021 on the National Water Policy. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before departmental committees as follows. 1. The Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and Arid and Semi-Arid Lands will appear on Monday, 9th August 2021, before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to respond to A. Question number 221 of 2021 by the Honorable Tom Odege, MP, on the occurrence of the flooding in Nyatike. 2. The Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Gender will appear on Monday, 9th August 2021, before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to respond to 1. Question number 232 of 2021 by the Honorable Samuel Gashobe, MP, regarding the payment processes under the NYS Empowerment Program. 3. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination will appear on Monday, 9th August 2021, before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to respond to 1. Question number 193 of 221 by the Honorable Alfred Agoi, MP, regarding the measures to control heavy vehicle traffic in highways. B. Question number 204 of 221 by the Honorable Joshua Kimilu, MP, on the occurrence of landslides in Ndu sublocation and the measures the ministry is taking to assist the residents. C. Question number 224 of 221 by the Honorable Victor Munyaka, MP, regarding the operational of Kalama Sub-County Administrative Unit. D. Question number 249 of 2021 by the Honorable Peris Tobiko, MP, regarding the rampant theft of livestock in Kajiado East. E. Question number 227 of 2021 by the Honorable Halima Mushege, MP, regarding the unexplained disappearance of Dennis Kinoti. And F. Question number 244 of 2021 by Honorable William Kamket, MP, on the removal of police roadblocks along Marigat Shemolingot Road in Tiati constituency. And G. Question number 203 of 2021 by Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP, regarding the recent incidents of insecurity in Emhaya. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Tuesday, 10th August 2021 to schedule the business for that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019. Question to be put on third reading.
Honourable members, I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah? Good. Who's the chair? Yeah. Move on.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Parliamentary Pension Amendment number 3, Bill National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019 be now read a third time. I also request Honourable Teddy Mombire to second.
Member for Ganze.
Mr. Speaker, I do second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, be now read a third time. Now, members, I now put the question, which is that the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Waqf Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2019, second reading, question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this bill was concluded yesterday, and what remained was for the question to be put, which I hereby do. The Waqf Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the establishment of the Waqf Commission, to provide for the administration of Waqf property and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021, second reading, resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? Nobody was on the floor, so all at liberty to. The chair of Health Committee, you have not spoken, eh? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to really support the NHIF Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, and before I give my contribution, I really want to thank all the stakeholders who, after we published on print media on 10th June 2021, requesting for comments on the bill from the members of public and relevant stakeholders pursuant to the provision of Article 118, 1B. We had many stakeholders who came from the Ministry of Health, the NHIF itself, the Kenya Medical Practitioners Board, Dr. Kahura Mundia, the National Gender Equality Commission, Central Organization of Trade Union, Federation of Kenya Employers, British American Insurance Company, Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, and Kenya Union of Nutritionists and Dietitians. Though some others came late, Mr. Speaker, these ones were able to thoroughly go through, and I want to take also this opportunity to thank the members of the committee who burnt the midnight oil to make sure that we were able to handle several amendments that were here, and also the amendments that we have tabled today. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act of 1998 to establish a national health scheme and to ensure that the mandate and the capacity of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, which is famously known as the NHIF, will facilitate and deliver the universal health coverage. This is one of the big four agenda, and to my colleagues who normally take to the political podiums to say the big four agendas are dead, they need to be in the house at a time like this, because I can't see the yellow as I'd seen it before, to know that we are still pursuing and these agendas are so much alive. Mr. Speaker, please advise them. Mr. Speaker, the government of Kenya adopted the UHC as one of the big 4 priority agenda with an aspiration that by 2022, all citizens will have access to quality healthcare services that they need without getting into financial difficulties. For the government to realize that and sustain UHC, there is therefore a need for the development and implementation of adequate policy, legal and institutional frameworks, including the transformation and repositioning of the national NHIF as a key driver and a strategic purchaser of healthcare services for Kenyan residents. Among the key recommendations, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal to reposition NHIF as a key driver for UHC in Kenya in this amendment. The bill proposes one of the concepts that is practiced globally, where the private health insurance is a primary player, while the social health insurer becomes the second player. This will allow the social insurer to cater for the cost of treatment more comprehensively for the vulnerable population in the society with a limited ability to purchase insurance or even health services. And if they thoroughly go through this, then they can understand what bottom-up means. We are taking care of the vulnerable in the society, and so this is not just theoretical, but we are practicing it in this house, not in the next year. Mr. Speaker, some of the critical amendments that we have done in this bill is to propose that employers match the employees' contribution. This was one of the proposals. However, the committee amended this provision due to the tough COVID times that we have, and this would have really heavily affected the private sector. And we propose that the national and county governments to lead and shall be responsible for paying an equal contribution to NHIF in respect to all public officers and state officers. Further, the private employer shall be obligated to top up the employee's contribution who pay the minimum contribution to NHIF to ensure that the cumulative amount for each employee to the fund is not less than 500 shillings. Just to explain to the House is that part of the lower cadre of the employees, because the NHIF, they do calculations per the percentage, we have the lowest paying at 150 shillings, and all the way to the maximum of the people who earn more than 100,000 to the both government, county, and national government to actually match the contribution, so that if Parliament, we are limiting our money, we are also, and we are committed to make sure that it is sustained. The committee also proposed reduction of the penalty for non-remitters of special contribution by self-employed persons from 5 times to 10% of the amount of contribution due. This is necessary so as to ensure a realistic payment of penalties, so that we don't, sometimes the ones who are not able to pay, it's not that they were not willing. They may not have had the money. And this has happened even to even some of our contribution, even in this Parliament, when our staff will delay the payment. Hence, the penalties that was given 5 times was really not favorable, especially to the most vulnerable in the community. As to the non-remittance by the contributor may be occasioned by lack of funds, occasioned by lack of income. The amendment further seeks to eliminate the double penalty for non-remittance. Committee also proposed an amendment to allow for a provision of voluntary contribution to be made by the youth, so as to ensure that any youth who may not have a stable source of income but wishes to make a contribution to the fund is allowed to do so. And this one I would want to really explain about it, because the NHIF, if somebody is under their parents by now the age of 21, you're not covered by your parents. And remember, the 500 shillings that is voluntary, it covers both if both parents are there and the siblings who are below the age of 21. But our young people, even the ones who are in the university, if they would wish to make a contribution to NHIF, they are still forced to pay the 500 shillings. There is no consideration of a youth. And as we know, the definition of a youth, anyone who is between the age of 18 and 35. So we have tasked NHIF to come up with an amount, and hopefully maybe around 200 shillings, where one can pay per month, and they'll be able to access to the services. The bill proposes that households with the ability to pay must contribute to the kitty. However, for those unable to pay, the national and county governments will step in and pay. Approximately 20% of the 5.1 million poor and vulnerable households have been identified across all the 47 counties. Finally, to reduce the turnaround time in service delivery and deter fraudulent activities, the bill proposes complete digitalization of the NHIF process. So as I wind up, I would want to say I support, and as I thank my colleagues, I want to urge this House, as we debate, we support these amendments, so that the issue of UHC can become a reality. And we have done several NHIF reforms where there was a lot of frauds. Now things are now in order, and we are hopeful that all Kenyans will now finally enjoy UHC services. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sheikh Mohammed, member for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the amendment that we have considered in the Health Committee on the matter of looking at Bill number 21 of 2021. And I do support for various reasons, and some of these reasons are quite compelling. I call them compelling because I see that public health insurance is the cornerstone of society, the cornerstone of the health of communities across the world. It is not a new thing for us. It has been here for many years, particularly NHIF that's been here. Although it used to be called a National Hospital Insurance Fund, it is currently called National Health Insurance Fund. And if you can look at that particular point, the term health is a very important point that can raise the situation that it is no longer about hospital. It is about healthcare. It is about looking at the health of our community, wholesomely, whether it be physiotherapy, be it be radiotherapy, be it be direct medical intervention, and medical admissions in hospitals as well. Therefore, that is the reason as to why it is currently called, or even psychotherapy and psychology and many other things that are outside the hospital vicinity sometimes, that could be utilized in other various institutions that specialize in those particular areas. And therefore, that is the main reason as to why it carries the term health. And therefore, that gives a prerogative to which that it can stand across various disciplines within the health service or the health of the individual. Now, this bill has gone through, patient was not necessarily individuals that were coming to contribute to the reasoning as to why this amendment is necessary. But it is also about the shoe wearer. The shoe wearer could be the individuals, that particular patient that can utilize that doctor that uses this to ensure that the patients are covered, that hospital that will ensure that it has delivered the service and it is paid accordingly. And therefore, we have engaged these public individuals and private individuals to be able to come and tell us that. But NHIF, for me, I joined on the 24th of March, 1993, by the way. And therefore, that is a long time ago. And that's what my card is showing. That means that this is a service that has been providing services for many years, even way before me. And therefore, to amend, to change, to carry on the day, as things change by, is very necessary, Mr. Speaker. Now, quality of healthcare is a universal human right, for one and for all. That is, an important thing that is required by everybody across the world. So it is a fundamental human right that we can get access to healthcare service. And therefore, for us to get that, it means that there has to be a funding body, a body that pools fund to be able to be utilized by individuals that, fall ill and require that service. But the particular reasoning as to why we were making these changes, or these amendments rather, is because equitable health services must be obtained by everybody if we are looking at the human rights of everyone. And what I mean by that is to say that the poor and the rich can be able to access that pool of fund so that they can utilize that pool of fund at the time of need, at the hour of need, at the period of need for themselves and for their loved ones. And therefore, unless we have got these checks and balances that are put together to ensure that this is universally provided to the poor and the rich equitably, then we will not be able to achieve that universal human right that I have begun my statement with. Mr. Speaker, the point that we really looked at and dug into, and I really argued in my discussions and debates on the time that we were processing these amendments, is that, you see, there are public workers, and those are the ones that work in public institutions and public governments. I mean, government institutions, that is. And those private workers that work in private industry, you know, in the hotel industry, in various other industries, that is. These are the two types of workers. Now, if the government is giving a particular amount of money, whether be it be the county government, be it be the national government, if it is adding up a particular amount, then why not the private workers' best services? And for an industry worker or a hotel worker to be getting, you know, a lesser amount of service. You know, what that means is that if someone is given a service of 150,000, equivalent to 150,000 shillings, then, and that is a public worker or someone working for the government, then the one who is working in private should be able to get that, not any less than that. And that is where that uniformity, that universal, you know, human right comes in now here. So we said that it must be reaching within that bar. Now, we are also trying to see that this bill repositions NHIF as the driver of UHC. UHC is one of the cornerstones of this government's decision to make sure that healthcare is an important element that the Uhuru government wants to find that it has left as a legacy. And that is why we want to say, if we strengthen and support the process that NHIF takes to be able to contribute to the healthcare of our society, then it means that we must be able to support this through UHC. And that is why it is important. Although, to my mind, UHC is universal health coverage. For me, I would like to call it UHC, universal health care. And when I say universal health care, and this, I debated so much about it, the word coverage is not very important to me, simply because it has been used. That is why I have to live with it. But I would rather say universal health coverage, universal health care, where actually I include the bedside nurse, I include the public health technician, I include the doctors, and these are the people to be done, rather than a plastic card to be called a coverage. That debate will be on another day, but I really wanted to mention that on it. The unemployed and the vulnerable have been taken care of in this place, where actually individuals were given an independent prerogative to be able to, contribute to this scheme. Reduction of penalty was one of the other things that was quite advantageous that we saw looking at this bill to be able to contribute to the communities and societies that are actually at the peril of poverty. And when I say peril of poverty, I am trying to indicate that there are people who have been actually challenged by life through unemployment for a very long time, or have never been employed in their lifetime, or may never get employed because of their age and where they are, and therefore, and where they are in this country, that's in the far rural areas. And therefore, we have said that there should be no penalties. That is going to be too much for everybody. What that means is that we have reduced the penalty to about 5%, rather than looking at beyond that. Therefore, these are some of the things that we have looked at that. Now, this amendment states a cut-off of the contribution, the 500 shillings that I've said that, so I need not to repeat on it. Now, the growth of our public and private institutions, or healthcare sector that is going to be enhanced when we have got more pool of resources that can be accessed by public, by everybody, by every Kenyan. It means that public and private institutions will be working hand in hand, will also be able to provide the similar services so that they can compete for that pool, so that we can create a competitive health sector, both from private and from public. And therefore, that is very important. So it actually affirms better performance of the health sector industry, be they be public, be they be private. And therefore, NHIF will be required to be able to be looking at the best of services provided to the patients, to their clientele, is what we are looking at. Excuse me. Means testing. Means testing is a very important thing. I would have suggested that to be included into this. The reason why I'm saying means tested is that there are people who are quite poor. There are people who earn a small amount of, salaries. And therefore, those salaries may not be sufficient enough for their other livelihood. And therefore, healthcare becomes a third option for them. Now, we want to discourage that. We want healthcare to become the first option for everybody. And through that, we look at the means testing. We say that individuals can only pay this amount where they are required to be able to sustain themselves in accessing the healthcare. And that is where now we're going back to the aspect of the UHC, or universal health coverage. But before I end here, Mr. Speaker, we can borrow leave from other Commonwealth countries, like the United Kingdom, like Australia, New Zealand. These are areas that I have worked in, and I have seen that. Universal health coverage is a very, very important aspect for everybody. There is the Medicare levy, for example, in Australia, where actually 47% of the Commonwealth budget of health goes to Medicare. And Medicare is kind of an insurance pool where actually everybody is covered through that. For those that are having higher income, may go for private health insurance or may contribute another.
The Honorable Session.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the NHIF Health Amendment Bill 2021. And from the report of the Health Committee, this indeed is part of the alignment of the health sector to the implementation of the Big Four agenda. One of the key Big Four agenda is the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, since inception of NHIF in this country in 1966, it has basically served the interest of Kenyans who are actively employed in various sectors and are able to statutorily contribute to the scheme. And the fact of the matter is that millions of Kenyan population are unable to meet their healthcare needs. And of course, the active debate to ensure that all citizens are brought on board is noble. Mr. Speaker, sir, as Kenya aspires to be a middle-income country, it cannot be without ensuring that its population is healthy, and not just healthy. The healthcare system is strong and delivering. That is one of the key indicators of any economy that aspires to improve the livelihoods of citizens. The healthcare of households really would be very critical. And Mr. Speaker, through this amendment, a number of issues have indeed been addressed. One being the management of the fund. Honorable Speaker, with experience of working with the fund, we have witnessed several challenges of the fund over the years, and I believe this is what the fund seeks to address. And one is the management. It is another thing to fund the fund, and it is also another huge, completely different business to ensure that the fund is managed well. And therefore, stating the minimum qualifications of the CEO and the general structure of the fund is good, because at the end of the day, it's the leadership of the fund that will deliver the intended services. Mr. Speaker, the other key challenge, we cannot talk about universal health coverage. It is easier said to talk about the Big Four, while the key aspect of driving the fund is not addressed, and that is basically funding. The key thing is funding. Currently, NHIF, and we cannot, all the Big Four is about funding. We get the fund and manage it well, then we definitely will deliver. And I would like to concentrate on the funding. With experience of working with NHIF and, of course, the approach of government, it must address the aspect of funding. The NHIF, if it is intended to cover the entire Kenyans, those indeed who can contribute through statutory deductions, through voluntary contributions, this bill should enable them to actually do so mandatorily. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a UHC if it doesn't cover all Kenyans. the last category of Kenyans that are unable to pay what we call the indigents is what the government must finance. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it has to be very clear that in every annual budget, the government must be very clear about the funding to the indigents. The number must be known. The allocation per person must be known. So that really, it is not just the participation of contributors, of workers and voluntary contributors. We risk overburdening the fund by rolling in indigents who are not properly covered. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, in the bill, for the first time, it's mentioning government financing to support the indigents, but it will be necessary to move forward at the implementation level, now that there is a piece of legislation, so that Treasury can always set aside funds to cover the indigents. If this is done, then all Kenyans indeed will be covered through the universal health coverage system. And indeed, the name has changed from National Hospital Insurance Fund to National Health Insurance Scheme. Being a scheme, it means all Kenyans are invited. And I caution that the role of government must be made clear, and particularly the role of government in funding, and funding particularly the indigents who have been mapped out. Honorable Speaker, we've destroyed institutions in this country through mismanagement. And the history of NHIF is clear. It has been one of the greatest victims of corruption in terms of mismanagement, and is also a greatest source of wastage of funds. And hopefully, through prudent management, a responsible CEO, and a responsible board of management, the operation cost of the fund should be rationalized. Most of the resources collected or the funding channel to NHIF goes into operation and employment. And there is need to restructure and review the operations of NHIF in terms of human resource so that you reduce the cost of expenditure in payment of salaries and other operations, so that most of the money can directly go to the funding of the citizens. And finally, Mr. Speaker, health services are procured from good and well-equipped and well-supported healthcare facilities. This is one area that the government cannot avoid in ensuring that even in partnering with the private entrepreneurs, our public healthcare systems should be one of the best. We cannot talk of an insurance scheme without ensuring that we've got state-of-the-art healthcare facilities. And of course, examples have been given in many countries. There are many models that different civilizations and democracies do follow. And when I recall the Malaysian system of health care, the point of success is quality healthcare facilities, to the extent that in a country like Malaysia, you hardly can find a private healthcare facilities, because all the existing healthcare facilities are public, well-managed, and well-funded, to the extent that almost all the citizens, regardless of status and class in the society, can be attended. And I think other than developing a universal health care scheme, we must also upgrade and ensure that our health care facilities, particularly public, are of good quality, with adequate drugs, adequate personnel, and good management. Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment. It's progressive, and it's going to take this country truly to the achievement of universal healthcare system if it is properly managed and properly supervised. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sossion, I agree with you that it is serious, it is imperative that the public facilities in health must be the number one in providing this universal health care. I think it is a misnomer, really, where the private is perceived to be better than the public. The public, in providing health care, must be the number one goal of any serious government. I agree with you. The Honorable Tutwek Cameron, member for Mogotia. Tutwek, member for Mogotia? He's not in at the moment. We shall then have the Honorable Milemba Omboko, member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to make just a few comments on this bill that concerns NHIF and health cover, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, health is so fundamental, especially we having gone through the COVID period, where we realized that the strength of the national health system is extremely very important, because nobody was able to move from our country or even just any other country to another to get health care. And even as we stand today, it remains vital and a realization to all the communities of the world that a universal health system is important, and therefore the public facilities within the Ministry of Health or within the healthcare are very vital. Honorable Speaker, this is generally a holistic, very good bill, because it tries now to expand the healthcare system to reach out to every Kenyan so that everybody will benefit. Honorable Speaker, however, I would wish just to raise a few issues which, again, could help to make even the bill stronger. That the National Hospital Insurance Fund was established long back by the workers. It's just the workers who actually established this National Hospital Insurance Fund. And it was formalized in 1966, I think, by an act of parliament which was Cap 255 of the laws of Kenya. And we have moved with it such that with the formalization, it was able to provide healthcare insurance, including to those in the informal sector. Because originally the workers who founded this scheme, this fund, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, were those who were salaried. The core mandate, Honorable Speaker, was basically to provide insurance cover to members. Later on, Honorable Speaker, the fund was also changed using a law which allowed all other people to participate, and at a minimum of 500, which we were told very clearly by the chair of the Health Committee. And this is ongoing. Later on, Honorable Speaker, the government included other players within this fund, like the students who are now enjoying the coverage from the National Hospital Insurance Fund, together with the Linda Mama program, which is also within the scheme. So I think these were the early attempts to start expanding this scheme. Honorable Speaker, as a matter of fact, it is true that the National Hospital Insurance Fund has about 10 million members countrywide, or about 10.4 million members. But of these members, Honorable Speaker, because we've been very close to this particular fund, coming from the background of the teachers, only 5 million are active. The other 5 million are not very active for reasons not known, but I'm sure that the committee will be looking at this so that as we expand it, we also assure that we shall make it stronger and not possibly just lay it bare to everybody, finally leading to possibly vulgarization of the fund. Honorable Speaker, the NHS, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, as it is today, has so many assets also, some which were founded by the workers themselves. And the direction then we are taking, I hope at the level of the third reading, we shall be able to address the issue of its assets and also the fact that where will be the place of the workers, who are the main contributors to this particular fund. Because by opening it completely, if the government does not send, it's part of what is required to send, especially the funds that are meant for the indigent. Because in this bill, they talk about the indigents who will benefit from this particular fund, and these indigents, the government will be liable to pay for them. The bill does not clearly define how we shall identify the indigents countrywide, but above all, should the government not send funds, like the earlier speaker did say, given the history we have of how funding has been done, not only in a institution like this, but even just the CDF which we are managing, then there's a risk that there will be too much pressure on the co-contributors of this particular fund who are workers of Kenya. And if we don't take good care, the fund could actually collapse. And indeed, I heard Honorable Sosion did mention that we have had many institutions in this country which have failed because of a system that almost borders nationalization. Because when you look at this particular bill, it opens it up completely and nationalizes the National Hospital Insurance Fund. But unless managed well, unless the government sends funds for the indigent, unless the government sends funds to this particular organization for the vulnerable, because the vulnerable are also mentioned here, then yes, very good law, but finally, the co-contributors who are just about 5 million may likely realize that the services of this particular fund will not be good for them, and we may also end up just collapsing the entire fund after all. Honorable Speaker, there are also good examples which I would wish the committee looks at. Especially they could look at the good example of Britain with its national health system, which is working with a membership of more than 1.3 million members and with a budget of over 90 billion pounds. That may look foreign, because when you look at the example of Britain, and you could also compare with Rwanda, because Rwanda, after the genocide, did build a very strong health system. And when you look at the two, you may notice that the government still has a chance of organizing such a fund without necessarily dealing with the National Hospital Insurance Fund. Though I also know that the National Hospital Insurance Fund would be a stepping stone upon which the government could take off to go and get universal health care. Because, Honorable Speaker, further facts are that of all the health insurance schemes in this country, and there are about 32 or 33, they only take care of 1% of the health insurance in the country, and National Hospital Insurance Fund takes about 16%, because only about 19% of the Kenyans are enjoying this kind of insurance. So I would want that possibly when we shall be looking at the third reading, we look at all these facts and see how we can make sure that, yes, the expanded National Hospital Insurance Fund will be stronger, will be more stable, and will provide the requirements that we really want it to get without interfering and finally possibly vulgarizing and ending the existence of the National Hospital Insurance Fund after all. If you go back into history, many of such organizations have gone down, and currently as workers we boast of only two remaining, the National Hospital Insurance Fund and the NSSF. And that's now where we are, so I want to put a word of caution to that extent. Honorable Speaker, I think with those very, very few remarks, I would wish to support the bill, but look forward that in the third reading, we shall be able to put in some amendments which can protect the interest of the co-funders who are the workers, and possibly even cadre the insurance scheme so that it will operate at different cadres for different contributors graduated in order of their contributions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wanga, what is burning? The member for Homa Bay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, the NHIF amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 pandemic has really exposed the failures and challenges of our health system, because all of us, no matter whether you would otherwise get the best health care in this country and abroad, first of all, it confined everybody to the country, so there is no moving out of the country to go and seek health care anywhere else. Secondly, if COVID catches up with you in the heart of Homa Bay County somewhere, there would be no time to take you elsewhere. So it has really exposed the need for us to strengthen our healthcare system and the failures of the current system and ways through which we can actually strengthen it. Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that the 2010 Constitution gives every Kenyan a right to the highest attainable standard of healthcare, it is still a far cry. It's a far dream. And that is the reason why, if we are amending the NHIF Act to ensure that every Kenyan above the age of 18 is a member of the NHIF compulsorily, then it should be supported. Compulsory health insurance is an idea whose time has come. And like French poet Victor Hugo said, there's nothing more powerful than idea whose time has come. But Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, and from the Finance Committee perspective, we deal with matters of insurance and how secure Kenyans' monies are within the insurance sector. So, Honorable Speaker, as you look at NHIF becoming a compulsory fund and everybody putting in their money, we must also think about NHIF possibly becoming a victim of its growth and success. Because when we make it compulsory, the amount of money that is going to go into NHIF as far as contributions is concerned is going to be humongous. The growth, and I'm sure the Health Committee, when they were doing review of this bill, probably looked into just how much NHIF is going to grow as soon as this bill is passed. So what mechanisms are we putting in place to ensure that Kenyans' funds are secure within the NHIF structure? And Honorable Speaker, there is an age-old principle in insurance, the principle of risk spreading. So this bill must take into consideration the principle of risk spreading. We must look at ways through which NHIF can spread the risk and deal with the possibility of what is going to come upon it. Because, Honorable Speaker, you're going to be having possibly very high claims. You're possibly going to be having very increased instances of fraudulent claims and high chances of depleting the funds savings as a result of these increased claims. So, Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I'm going to be proposing possibly as we go to the third reading is how we can spread risk. Are we going to consider, for example, reinsurance as a way of spreading the risk? So that as we put our money into NHIF, it's not that if NHIF comes down, we have nowhere to fall back. Because reinsurance is insurance of insurance. So that as we move forward, we are not closing our eyes to the fact that there is a possibility that the portfolios within NHIF are subject to, abuse and so on. So, Honorable Speaker, the issue of reinsurance should be considered. The issue of partnerships should be considered. The issue of investment in ICT. Because when you are now going to manage the kind of portfolio that NHIF is going to manage, we must invest in top-of-the-range ICT so that we are not back to carrying, forms or cards. And that's why I'm happy that NHIF is doing biometric registration so that when you arrive at the hospital, you just put your finger. Governance issues must be looked at in a big way, Honorable Speaker. So I just wanted to say that from a finance committee perspective, we should look at the issue of securing this exponential growth within NHIF. We must consider reinsurance. We must consider partnerships that will strengthen governance and management at NHIF. We must very much consider risk spreading so that we are not in a situation where if NHIF goes down, everything goes down with it. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
The Honorable Russell, member for Sako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and I want to thank our Committee of Health for coming up with what I consider to be formidable. Living in Kenya, NHIF is actually like the last frontier. We as members of Parliament, when we go to our constituencies, we are normally faced by two tasks. One is a parent coming to talk to you about education, and the second one is health. And the health one is such a mind-boggling thing where somebody comes to you that they have somebody in the hospital and they have run a bill of 4 or 5 million. Or even a very poor family that has run a bill of 300,000. So on many occasions, what I have come to realize, NHIF has come to the aid of many of us and of those many families that take their loved one to the hospital. Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are celebrating NHIF is because our health system has actually crashed. It is like it is there and it is not there. It is there for those who have money, those who have resources, those who can put a logbook or even a title deed to secure their treatment. But for the many who do not have jobs or who are in the lowest paid job, who are hustling, this particular scheme comes in handy all the time. Mr. Speaker, more than at any time in the history of our country, health is going to become a premium area of concern to the citizenry of this country. Going forward, the needs for health, the requirement for health services actually is not going to go down. It is going to go up and escalate all the time. And sometimes I like the contribution of former PS, like our MP there. Because during their time, the health system was not devolved. They were able to control the levers from the center. They managed to an extent. But I think with devolution, we are actually seeing all the holes. The doctors tend to go in one direction. They tend to go to the private hospitals. The many outlying regions that do not have local staff, actually they end up taking their patients to the central areas. Today in Marsabit, a lot of work has been done through the devolved unit. But still, most of our patients end up in Meru, Nyeri, Embu, or Nairobi for specialized treatment or to meet the specialist, because many of the special fields in medicine are not available locally. Mr. Speaker, I want to borrow the words of the last honorable member, Wanga, who spoke before me, that if we really want a healthy nation that must try to create wealth, the NHIF scheme should be compulsory to every young person above the age of 18. Just like above the age of 18, you are entitled to an ID card. Then, when things happen and you flash out that NHIF card, once an accident happens or somebody gets sick, then the nearest hospital becomes the rescue center for every individual in this country. Honorable Speaker, I like this bill, but this bill, the way it has been built, is to make the NHIF efficient, sustainable, available, accessible, and all that. But what we are not saying is how do we invest in our health system? Because NHIF, at the end of the day, becomes a governmental organization or a parastatal that sits aside. What the bill or the crafters of the bill should attempt to do is, in the long run, can NHIF become the umbrella for organizing the Kenyan health system, so that the government must invest in it. Money from the national treasury should be put in the health system, so that we don't see NHIF as just another parastatal that people are going to loot, but it becomes like the British system, the Australian system, or a bit of the American system. The danger which we are running into, because as honorable members of parliament, we are lucky to be insured, but majority of our population cannot afford to join any insurance scheme. So for that reason, to remove burden of the citizenry from leadership, from those who have, so that everybody can carry their burden, is for us to invest into a system that eventually will take care of the whole. Honorable Speaker, going forward, any system that we craft where public money goes in, there must be efficiency, there must be prudent management, there should be no theft, corruption, or people who prey on that organization for thrift business. Because one of the reasons any system that is associated with government, people say ni mali ya umma, that it belongs to nobody. But for us, I think if we come up with this bill and this House agrees with it, is to make sure that the NHIF should not become a system that is always bailed out, like what happens with organizations like Kenya Airways. We call it the pride of Africa. Many of us would like to fly Kenya Airways. It doesn't matter what other airlines fly out of Nairobi or out of Kenya. But the question is, where does that investment go? Where does our money go? Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I want to say that just like Safaricom advertises to get money or more customers, for the NHIF to go out there to Kenyans to tell them, please join, please become a member. Let us save our lives, let us save lives. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Honorable Raso, you're on to a good thing. We shall now have contribution from the Honorable Adagala, member for Vihiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me also this chance to also air my views concerning this bill, the NHIF amendment bill. I wish to say this, Mr. Speaker, sir. The health institutions in this country are in a terrible mess, and especially in the county where I come from, where most of the people cannot afford to pay for medical services. People cannot afford to go to hospitals. And even if the hospitals are there, their medicines are not in. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is noble. It has to be made because I know members here will bear witness. People in the villages are suffering, and especially this period of COVID-19. There are so many WhatsApp groups that have been opened, and all of them is in need of medical bills, which is actually a big problem, and I know most members can concur with that, unless it's just in my area, in my county where all this is happening. I wish to ask the NHIF management, as a honorable member has said here, they should be aggressive like other organizations do marketing. Apart from members' contributions, they should also be aggressive to get other members to join. Let this NHIF, since it's the savior of most of us and most of our people, to be a vibrant institution. They have to do marketing to ensure that many members can join this fund so that it can assist most of the people of this country in hospital bills, which are too much too overwhelming. We've seen cases of somebody's bill going as far as up to over 2 million. Now that person has a point of an acre. You wonder whether that person will sell to ensure that he pays, or she or he pays the bills. And especially right now during this COVID time, NHIF is not catering for this kind of bills. The Kenyans are suffering. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to enhance, the government should see other ways of enhancing Kenyan medical bills. For example, this one, the one that is coming up, whereby the indigents are being identified on how they can be covered on the universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, that one needs to be done right from the villages. These are organizing of such or getting the indigents should be done by members of parliament who are actually down, who know who are these needy peoples in their various constituencies and counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I would actually support this amendment on this bill, and even any other further amendments should be done to ensure that the contributors and the people who are not contributing, they should be able to benefit from this fund. And also, corruption is also rampant in this country. Let people's money that has been contributed towards this NHIF not to be embezzled. It should do the work that is being submitted for. It should be taken care of very well to ensure that the people of Kenya enjoy health facilities, they're given proper treatment, drugs, not just people going to hospitals that they can't afford. And when they are there, they are given a lot of nothing, no medication, no nothing. And especially there's an hospital, there's a case from my county, which most of you have seen on media going on. And I would wish to tell that family, the Mwenesi family in North Maragoli, Kibagala, sorry for the loss of their person. And she was a nurse, a medical person being mishandled in a hospital facility. Mr. Speaker, there is something that we need to do. There is a problem in the health sector which the government has to fast track, and especially this universal coverage health, that has to be worked on very fast so that Kenyans don't suffer. Our people are suffering. Something has to be done, Mr. Speaker, sir. This bill has come at the right time. I've seen members, honorable members, saying that we need to do an amendment on some of the issues that are supposed to be put in. And this bill has to be fast-tracked so that we pass it for our people to benefit. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I support.
The Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this very important amendment, the National Health Insurance Fund Amendment Bill. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to support this bill. But, Honorable Speaker, you know when Jubilee in its second term came up with the 4 agendas to which to implement, universal health care was one of those that was anchored. In 2019, a pilot project was started in Nyeri, Machakos, Isiolo, and Kisumu, targeting a population of 3.2 million Kenyans, in which the government intended to be able to roll out this program. But we know what happened after that. And it's unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, that out of that pilot project, you know, the chair was speaking that the Big 4 agenda is now continuing. But out of that pilot project, we expected that the program would be rolled all over the country. But unfortunately, on November 2020, the pilot project came to an end. That was under Cabinet Secretary Cecily Kariuki. And after that, this program was never rolled anywhere. And we cannot be able to ask ourselves, what did we achieve from that pilot project? Because I saw the other time when the governor for Nyeri, Mutahi Kaiga, was complaining and saying, they are more worse than when the pilot project started, because with them they expected to register up to 750,000 people in Nyeri into the NHIF. But the numbers dwindled, and people continued now, all hoping that there was free service that was going to be provided by the government. But unfortunately, that program came to an end, and nobody went back to even look at what achievements did we achieve from the pilot project that we were able to roll out within those 4 counties. Honorable Speaker, in this amendment, the committee is even proposing that on the penalty, that the penalty be reduced from 5 times to 10%. To me, I would have expected the committee that there should be no penalty, especially during these hard times of COVID-19. Why should there be a penalty? Because if you have people who are paying through their hard-earned money and somebody loses a job, once this person loses a job, is not able to make contributions to NHIF, this person goes and is looking for money, and later on, after maybe 2 months or so, rejoins NHIF because he feels the need for having NHIF. Why should we punish that person? Why should we punish? So there should be no punishment for rejoining NHIF, and therefore that fine, I think, should be deleted altogether. When we say that the Mama Mbogas, the border borders, this team of what we call in our movement, the Hustler Nation, that they should be able to pay 500 per month. I saw Dr. Peter Kamunyo, the CEO NHIF, the other day complaining and saying, we have a huge number of those people who are now defaulting, and they mainly pay during when people want to get treatment. Once they have gotten treatment, which are worth millions of money or thousands of money, then this person decides not to continue contributing. After the person has been treated, is paid NHIF, goes away home, and does not understand why I should be paying 500. Why can't we review as Parliament and say, let this team of the Mama Mbogas, the border borders, this hustler team, why can't they pay 300 shillings per month? Why can't we reduce it from 500 to 300 so that we have a huge bracket? And I'm sure that if we reduce that amount to 300, we will get a bigger number of people entering into that NHIF, and defaulting will be reduced. So I think I would really urge the committee that for us to be able to catch a bigger number of people into the NHIF so that we have contributors who are consistent and non-defaulters, why can't we reduce the amount to 300 shillings so that will make it more affordable, more accessible to more Kenyans? The other issue which I would want us to address on this amendment is that NHIF in this era of COVID, and these reforms which we are doing on NHIF, I think they should also be able to, the initial pilot project was to look at the primary health care. How does NHIF support primary health care? Because that is where the biggest problem is. Because if we have a huge number of prevention of people getting diseases, then instead of us just thinking of treatment, why can't we think of prevention cases? How do we use NHIF to maybe have methods, have NHIF supported to provide services?
The Honorable Pukosa, just hold on. The Honorable Kevin Wanyonyi, what is out of order?
I think it's a matter of information. I know Honorable Bokose is a member of the Health Committee. And in the proposal amendment, I think the proposal was talking about 100 shillings to 150. Now, for the youth and the vulnerable groups, I don't know whether I'm out of the information, but I think can you expound on that?
The Honorable Wanyonyi, you're out of order. Proceed, the Honorable Pukosi.
And the Honorable Kevin Ferdinand Wanyonyi, the member for Kwanza, is my neighbor, and I'm not a member of the Health Committee. Yes, apparently you know that most of us who are in the Tanga Tanga movement, we were de-whipped from even some committees and taken to where none exist. That is beside the point. I know Mbui, next you'll be de-whipped from being minority, deputy minority leader. That's beside it. You already gotten your gratuity. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that we need to look at NHIF, its role that it can play also in primary health care, especially in sensitization of Kenyans on preventable diseases, lifestyle diseases. Where does NHIF come in? As much as we look also into that, can we also, I would also ask the committee, I don't know, you know, when we do amendments and do reforms in NHIF, it should also go with the reforms in KEMSA, because that is the supply chain for the hospitals. Because you're getting drugs from KEMSA, NHIF is paying, and you know, we must be able to make sure that these government institutions are also working. My friend Dr. Nyikal will say that during many times, it was better to be admitted in government hospitals than it is today, because things were working in government institutions. Even during my training, things were working better in Kenyatta National Hospital. I can remember that. So government institutions have all the best services. They have the best brains. They have all the consultants. They think the only thing is that we reform and make sure that they are getting the necessary support, the necessary equipment to perform their duties. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this NHIF amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is basically to mandate NHIF and give it the structures to deliver universal health cover. And universal health cover means that all citizens can get care which they can afford. And it can either be done, if the government has enough money, just put the money out there and treat people, and that is all. That is what they do in Britain with the NHS system. Since we don't have enough money, we have resolved as a country that we are going to use social health insurance as a means of delivering universal health cover. And this bill, most of the amendments, the main parts of the amendments are doing just that. And what are the components of universal health cover if it is based on insurance? One, you have to pool the funds. Money must come from somewhere. And that's what we are looking at NHIF to do. Having got the money, then you have to design what services are people going to get, the basic benefit package that meets the health cover. Then you have to say, who is going to provide this service? And then you say, how is this payment going to be made? In this case, if you're using NHIF, NHIF pulls the money, we decide what people are to be given, who is to give it, and NHIF pays. So how is this bill addressing that? First one is actually pooling, getting as much money in NHIF as possible. And if you look at, there's a clause like clause 11, which now inserts another section 15A, it makes it mandatory that every Kenyan above 18 years of age makes a contribution to NHIF. That is the first main thing that comes. The next one, it also provides that employers, what is happening in NHF now, employers are just collecting money from employees and forwarding it to NHIF. It was also proposing that employers also make a matching contribution, but that has met a lot of opposition, particularly from the employers, and that's something the committee is actually going to make some amendments so that we don't push the employers too far at this time of COVID. The other provision that it is making, if you say everybody is going to pay, obviously there are people who cannot pay. So these are the indigents. So what this bill is doing in the clause 10, it is providing that the national government will pay for the indigents who will be identified by relevant government body. And I would appeal to my colleagues that this is going to be extremely important. Some people are going to be identified because they are unable to pay, and the government is going to pay for them. The process and how that is done is going to be extremely important. It is left to the board, but it's extremely important. In the committee, we felt that this is an area where members of parliament at the constituency level should actually take part on who is identified as indigent and paid for by the government. You see what we have done with the cash transfers of the old persons and orphans and vulnerable people and people with disability. There's been a problem of who is identifying them. So that some people get in there who need not get there. So that's also going to be an extremely important part for the board. The law cannot go into those details, but that is going to be extremely important. So having now got that money, if everybody is going to pay, and those who cannot be paid for the government is paying, we are definitely going to get a lot of money to NHIF. And if the employees also start to pay, and that in my view should be done gradually, eventually employers must match what the employees are paying. That can be done gradually over time. The bill also makes amendments so that there was before voluntary contribution, and that is what Honorable Kosi was referring to, people who pay voluntarily 5. And the problem is they do what is called adverse selection. People pay when they are sick. And in the concept of insurance, it is like insuring your car when it already has an accident. Yeah, that is exactly what paying when you are sick is. And actually there's been evidence that people who are making voluntary payment are taking a lot more money out of NHIF than they're putting in. So that actually is removed and indigents are taken care of. I think it's a good way to go. But when we get this big pool of money in NHIF, a big problem of management, there have been efforts to actually reform NHIF. You know, if there's a lot of meat, there'll be a lot of flies. So we have to really work on the management and look at ways of stopping graft, ways of stopping fraud. Efforts have been made to do that. Now we have the money. We are managing it well. But then we have to decide, what are our people going to get? What services? The benefit package. Right now in NHIF, Mr. Speaker, what is happening, we have very many benefit packages. Some are financed differently. We can do MRIs, we can do surgery in some cases, but we can do dialysis in some cases, in some conditions. There is even money we are pulling from the civil servant, we are pulling from, but all that is making the whole thing complex. We can even take people abroad. It is making the whole thing very complex to manage. And therefore, it will be important that we get a proper benefit package that is clear, that is easy to manage, and efforts are there. for which NHF is going to pay with the money that you have pooled, then, Mr. Speaker, we have to decide who is going to provide this. And in this country, basically, you have the private sector and you have the government sector, the government health services and the private health services. And this is where the big problem is. If government services were well run as they were run before, and NHF was paying for them, in fact, it should be easier because government facilities, whether they are even at county level, are actually funded from the exchequer before they even get money from NHIF. So we really should be able to get better service there. And it is possible because it has been done before. It is only from around 1982 that services in the government started to go down. By 79, the maternity in Kenyatta, which is now where MTC headquarters is, was definitely better than Nairobi Hospital maternity. I know. So it can be done. So we must work to make the government services work. Mission hospitals, the small, the medium-sized private hospitals, this is where most of our people go. The big hospitals, those are just about 11 or 12 hospitals. I mean, if you didn't have them, the health indices would not change, but you'd have a lot of political problems because the guys who go there are very powerful. So that is where we should target, that those people can provide the services. And then you have to then decide how do you identify them. And this bill provides a criteria for accreditation of which hospital will be paid for giving these services. So that is extremely important. And then what mechanism of payment? Again, this is a problem, an area we have a problem, because for outpatient you can do capitation. And what we have the problem with capitation here, you are given a pool of people to look after and you are given a pool of money, but at the end of the year, you make a profit.
The Honorable Nyikal, you must use your time prudently.
Yes.
All these members are waiting to speak.
Yeah.
You will have
Mr.
just
Speaker,
1 minute.
that is something that we should look at. And the accreditation is therefore extremely important. And what is also important is we must look at the cost of health care, the management of human resource, the improvement of infrastructure, and the primary health care. I will tell Dr. Pukose, in most countries, what they have chosen, the primary health care, the prevention is left. That is where you now put public money, and therefore NHIF now just pays for people who are sick, and that is covered. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to be said, but this bill is actually in the right direction. We look at it, and some of these, we will make amendments. The committee has proposed amendment, but it is taking us a long way towards UHC. But it's a long journey, and it must be done with diligence and patience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Manje Watigo, member for Kajiado North.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance also to contribute to this motion. And say I support this amendment, that is a National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill 2021, because it anchors the health sector properly, and also it gives the legal structure for the National Hospital Insurance Card to function properly on the ground. Mr. Speaker, from the time of independence, we have our founding fathers were talking of providing health and making sure that the Kenyans do not have poverty and also illiteracy. We have been fighting for these particular 3 issues all along. But where I think to some extent we have succeeded is on illiteracy, because our education system is functional and we have so many educated Kenyans. But when it comes to poverty and health, it is as if we are struggling as a country. So I tend to think we should try to use any method, any means to alleviate that health, ill health to our people. Because when we go on the ground, really Kenyans are suffering. most Kenyans currently are vulnerable. If you go to your office today and you intend to see your electorates, most of the issues that they have, apart from the bursaries and the education they come for, is about health. They will come and tell you they have people in hospital, their relatives went to hospital, they died in hospitals, they can't remove the bodies. So we have to do something as a country to alleviate this problem. And one of the ways is to see this kitty that we give towards NHIF is well catered for. First, we pull it well, and then we put it under proper management. So, Mr. Speaker, I tend to think if we follow this bill properly, we can do that, because it is proposing that the minimum contribution that will be done by Kenyans is about 500, especially for those who are employed. If somebody contributes 150, the employer should match by contributing 350 to make a minimum of 500. This will make sure that there is enough pool, there is good pool to make sure that the accredited hospitals have medicine. And also to make sure that it is proposing to make sure that everybody who has attained an age of 18 years will pay towards this kit. It will be compulsory for anybody who is 18 years and above to contribute towards this kitty, which I tend to think it will do that. But also, the Speaker, we would want the board to do civic education, because many Kenyans do not have good information on what this kitty does. Sometimes you'll get somebody who has a card, he goes to a hospital, he does not know what it caters for. So I tend to think the board has to do a lot of civic education, enlightenment. They should use any forum. For example, wherever there is any forum, the management of the board should send officers to go and educate Kenyans on the same. Also, we should make sure that we accredit as many hospitals as possible in the grassroots, and also make sure that the accredited hospital are properly evaluated and they have medicine towards the same. Because once you contribute that amount and your card is up to date, you expect if you go to hospital, you get treatment towards the card. So I think this is another area the board should check. Also in this amendment, it is giving the board powers to get good CEOs through competitive recruitment, and also the CEO will be reporting directly to the board. I think this is a good arrangement, because when such a thing happens, then the board will be in a position to supervise the management of this. So I support the bill, and I hope it will alleviate the poverty that we have on the ground, and we cater for this. Because there is no much pain as somebody who is sick and at the same time at home, and he or she cannot go to hospital because he lacks facility. And those who manage this kit, make sure that at least you are human enough to make sure that at least you don't pocket this money. You don't eat from the poor. You don't eat from the sick. Make sure that you properly manage this kit so that at least we can alleviate illness from our countrymen. Thank you. I support.
Well spoken, the Honorable Manje. The Honorable Odhiambo Akoth, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me say at the onset that I support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that even as I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, it's a fulfillment of Article 43 of the Constitution that talks about the right to the highest attainable standard of health care, including reproductive health care. Mr. Speaker, it is also in tandem with the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to also agree with my dear sister, Honorable Sabina Chege, that if we are focused enough, you would see that what this bill seeks to do is to support the Big Four agenda and to further on the platform that had already been set. And Mr. Speaker, that is one of the reasons that I do support it. Mr. Speaker, if we politicked less and focused more in the House, then we would actually see that there's a lot that is going on. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I support this bill is that it expands the age of coverage and brings other categories within the bracket. And Mr. Speaker, it acknowledges our realities that at 18, many people are still being taken care of by parents because they're in school. Mr. Speaker, the other reason I support it is that it protects persons with disabilities, especially persons with mental health problems. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we leave that to the parents alone, we have seen horrifying scenes where we find patients that are tied to trees because there's nobody who can take care of them. Mr. Speaker, it also acknowledges need to protect indigent persons, which is very good. Mr. Speaker, the only concern, again, that other members have raised, and which I've also raised, I'm also raising, Mr. Speaker, that it does not define indigent and vulnerable persons, and perhaps it can borrow a leaf from Chapter 10 of the Children's Act that indicates who those categories of persons are. And the reason is if we leave it, Mr. Speaker, this is where we will hear that this has become another Kimwarer and Aror and becomes a cash cow that people will use by defining for themselves who those indigents are. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very happy that the committee is moving to amend this bill to cushion employers. Mr. Speaker, there are many of us here, we are both employees and employers because we are also employed. But Mr. Speaker, because of COVID-19, times are very hard. So if we actually go into getting employers to give these contributions at this time, it might be very difficult. So I'm happy that the Health Committee is moving in that direction to bring the amendment. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that this shows us is that we must make devolution work. Mr. Speaker, already there's a lot of money that is going to the counties. And our governors have failed us, because if the governors were not failing us, then people would not come up with ideas, economic ideas that they cannot even explain. Some call bottoms up, bottoms down, Mr. Speaker. Because if we were actually effecting our work as governors, then, Mr. Speaker, that is actually where machinery is. Because devolution reaches people at all levels. It reaches border, it reaches fishermen, fisherwomen, it reaches hawkers, and everybody at that category. What we need is strengthened devolution, not come up with theories that nobody understands and even the proposer don't understand. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to raise some concerns that I have with this bill. In clause 10.1, there's a lowering of governance standards in the hiring of the CEO. If you look at what is provided in the current act, it is stronger because it provides for a competitive process that also involves the SRC in establishing salaries. I have no clue why that is being removed. Mr. Speaker, the same for the board. They are not saying that this shall be done in consultation, setting their allowances shall be done in consultation with the SRC. Again, I don't know why that is being done, because it's now very, very clear in almost every law. Again, I'm trying to determine in clause 14, the pros amended in clause 14, whether the punishment at 5 times or 50% is more punitive. Mr. Speaker, we should take an approach that is less punitive, because employers are struggling even to pay salaries. So at this point, if we actually take a more punitive approach against employers, it's not very good, especially if they delay. Mr. Speaker, the other concern for me is clause 22.2 that says NHIF covers both inpatient and outpatient, which is proposed to be deleted. Does it therefore, and I wish the mover was here to clarify, does it therefore mean that we are not covering inpatient, or we want to leave it vague? Because if it's left vague, it will be problematic. Mr. Speaker, the amendment in clause 17.3 that deletes areas covered by NHIF is not good. If you look at the current act, it says the areas that are covered currently includes drugs, laboratory tests, diagnostic services, surgical, dental, or medical procedures or equipment, physiotherapy, care and doctor's fee, and boarding costs. What we are proposing to do now is to give that mandate to the CS to make regulations on what areas to cover. Mr. Speaker, we are putting our faith in the wrong place, and the reason why I'm saying we are putting in the wrong place is the CS may as well increase or widen the area of coverage, but at the same time, the CS may actually reduce the area of coverage. So when we leave it at the whim of an individual, Mr. Speaker, that for me is a challenge. Actually, for me, what I would have preferred is a situation where we look at areas that probably are not currently covered, like maternity care, so that we include more people. Because we tend to make reproductive health, especially as relates to women, a punishment, when child giving birth should not in itself be a punishment. Mr. Speaker, the other area for concern for me is clause 17 that seeks to delete subsection section 22 of the Principal Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to get the section 22. And section 22.2, Mr. Speaker, which says that subject to such limitations as may be imposed under subsection 3, the medical or healthcare expenses referred to in which shall cover both inpatient. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I think that's one of the issues that I've already spoken to. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I do support, we must take care of our people who are struggling, especially in these difficult times. There are many of us who are dying because they cannot access healthcare. But beyond that, I wish that what we had provided in this bill is creating awareness on NHIF, because very, very many people still don't even know, especially in the rural areas, on the issue of NHIF, and that we give that mandate to the Ministry of Health, not members of Parliament. I think what we are doing for members of Parliament is we are making members of Parliament a government in themselves without money. We are taking care of NHIF, we are taking care of, we are a social safety net, we are all manner of things, funerals, healthcare, even the things which the county governments are supposed to do is still with the MPs, but without the requisite money. Because our CDF only deals with brick and mortar issues. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support with proposed amendments. Thank you.
The Honorable Millie, it is true that this CDF narrative, I think there is too much weight being placed on the backs of MPs for no good reason at all. When you consider CDF is barely 2% of the national government's share, and then you share it across 290 constituencies, and you're asking, when you hear the Minister for Education speaking as if it is the duty of, that is the entire budget for building school infrastructure in this country. And then you're also having the health minister also talking about social cushioning of the indigents in this country through this same fund. It is a shame, really. So the MPs, I think it is a time that you stood up and must inform the government that the social contract that the government has is to cushion, to do these things. The CDF is to basically assist, to come in to assist the extreme cases that the MP can see. I think this narrative must get out there. The Honorable Garane Hire, member for Lagdera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I wish to support this amendment, the NHIF, the National Hospital Insurance Fund Amendment Bill. Honorable Speaker, in a country where the majority of the population are beyond the reach of, proper health care, I think it's prudent to have a more vibrant, modern, effective, and efficient healthcare delivery system. And I think NHIF, which is the sole delivery of services, healthcare services to the Kenyan population, has been lacking some of these, attributes. Mr. Speaker, many rural folks do not have or cannot access healthcare services, mainly due to the economic, problems in this country. It's a very tall order for them even to make the basic contributions, the minimum contributions to the NHIF. And therefore, if we need to achieve, the universal health care, we need to have a more, modern and transparent healthcare delivery system. Mr. Speaker, this amendments to the bill is a welcome. If I touch on a few of them, I think aligning NHIF with the globally practice of where the private health insurance is the primary player, while the social insurer becomes the second player, is a welcome move, because this ensures that the vulnerable populations in the society are catered for. Mr. Speaker, making mandatory contributions for all persons above the age of 18 is also a noble idea. But again, the concern is, do we have the health infrastructure, the hospitals to match? Because when you make mandatory for all ages that are above 18 years, it means the contributions will be more. Those populations or people seeking for healthcare services will also increase, which means then you need to have an adequate health infrastructure, facilities that are able to cater for this increased population. You will also need to have personnel to take care of these services. If you go to the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, you will find that most of the health centers, the dispensaries, all of them are either understaffed or have no staff at all. You will also find that there are little or no medicines in these facilities. Therefore, if we are going to make these mandatory contributions for all persons above the age of 18, then we need to also have to be prepared for these increased populations who are seeking healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, reduction of the penalty for the self-employed people is also a good thing. You see, these are people who do not have a constant stream of income because they are self-employed, and their income is seasonal. One time they have the money, the other time they have the money. So if you impose penalties, whether they have gotten some income or not, and which is actually an exorbitant, in my opinion, will be detrimental, and this probably will discourage them even in seeking the healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, the voluntary contribution by the youth is also, I think, a nice amendment, because you find that there are some youth out there who may be having some disposable income, and probably maybe if you encourage them to enroll, because now if you need to enroll in NHIF, you must have the national ID card, and I think that's a mandatory requirement. But when you encourage the youth out there who are below the age of 18 years to enroll for these medical schemes, then I think that's also a good amendment. Mr. Speaker, finally, digitization of the processes of NHIF. And I think that is one of the biggest problems NHIF has been having. NHIF, if you see when you go and seek the services, what you normally go and get produced is the old, that card. That card, there's no way to authenticate whether that card is yours or is for someone else. And I think that's one of the leaking, points for NHIF, where they have been losing lots of money. You will also find that in this, age of technological advancement, NHIF is still stuck with, some analog things of identifying, health services seekers. They are not, using biometric. You just produce the card, and this is I think one of the areas that they really needed to improve on. Mr. Speaker, when the NHIF has been riddled with a lot of scandals. If you look at, and I'm a member of the Public Investment Committee, and we have been auditing their books. So from acquiring, enterprise resource planning systems to, all these issues that bedevil, NHIF is related to either the management or the processes they use. And, these processes are not fraudulent proof. I think if you digitize and ensure that you seal all the loopholes, including the contributions, the payments, and all these, procurement processes, Mr. Speaker, I think NHIF we can achieve the desired, delivery, proper delivery healthcare system in NHIF. Mr. Speaker, one concern I have is section 24 of the amendment. I think where this act mandates the board of the NHIF, in procurement and acquisition of essential medical equipment, supportive infrastructure to empaneled and contracted healthcare providers, which means if there is a private healthcare provider, NHIF, now this act is mandating the board to purchase, this healthcare. It's a good thing, but I think, in my opinion, that's also a loophole for fraudulent activities. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the amendment. Thank you.
The Honorable Dwar Ombaka, member for Siaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important amendment bill, which is related to health. Health is a very important aspect of our lives, and it has been riddled with so many challenges in this country for years and years. And this is one opportunity that we have that we can improve the health system and the NHIF, particularly that one. I look back at how NHIF has been utilized, and I just see so many challenges still. The way people don't know about NHIF is very, very important before we get to how to improve the management of it, the way it has been explained by Honorable Sossion and Dr. Nyikal. People are sick, and so sick to the extent that they don't go to hospital because they fear going to hospital in the sense that it is too expensive. They imagine that it is extremely expensive even before they visit the hospital. It's expensive because they don't have the cards. They don't know that there's such a card that can be utilized, that they can be members to.
Just hold on, the Honorable Mbaka. Okay. The Honorable Kosing. The Honorable Kosing, kindly just have your mask on. Proceed, Honorable Mbaka.
Thank you. I'm saying that most people in the villages especially are not aware that there is an NHIF card to which they should be members and that they should be contributing to. But even the contribution of 500 is just way above what they can afford. Majority are not employed. Others are very old people who retired long time, and some of them never even worked, and they are not retired. So people have no income. So even if you reduce this to 300 shillings, it's still going to be expensive. I still would wish that it is reduced further down to 100 so that they can at least struggle to get that. Otherwise, 500 or 300 is way above that. The NHIF card,
even if you enroll today to become a member or to contribute to it, you'll have to use it 6 months down the line. That is what people tell me, that, Mommy, this, I would like to enroll, but I will not be treated for the next 6 months as you continue to contribute. So this needs to be reduced, that you get treatment as soon as you enroll and you start contributing without giving this 6 months grace period. It's just too long when people are sick and dying, and COVID is also there, does not give you room to wait for 6 months. So I think this is some of the areas that we need to think about. And there was the issue of the management of NHIF card, that the government will contribute to the funds of it, and that individuals will also do that, and there will also be voluntary, those who are interested in just contributing to it. Well, when it comes to money in this country, we have to be careful with that. We have to be very strict and make sure that when it comes to health and the government is paying for it, individuals are also contributing, including employers, then this money must be properly utilized so that it doesn't get lost, or there's no corruption like we normally see in big, where a lot of money is involved. There's a lot of money which is going to be collected to improve health care. And if it's going to get lost, we will be contributing so much money and not still getting the care that we need because there's no funds. You look at the hospitals. We don't have resources. Doctors are too few and nurses are too few. Even the equipment that they need is hardly there. The other day, we had a huge tragedy in Siaya where people got burnt as a result of oil tanker tragedy that we had in Malera. I went to visit the sick in hospital. The hospital was clean, I must admit that, very, very clean. But the nurses and the doctors were helpless. They didn't have medicine. They did not have gloves. I don't know. How do we collect so much money from NHIF and still don't have services like this? 500 shillings on a monthly basis, and still we don't have basic things like gloves. I think I get so heartbroken about this whole thing. Finally, you talked of I think Dr. Nikal mentioned quite a number of diseases or services that will be given when NHIF card is paid for. I think we have new diseases that keep coming. We will be adding the list of what NHIF card can cover every now and again. As new diseases come, we must be prepared to keep on adding the list of the services that we will be receiving. And I think that let's be flexible when it comes to how much, or what areas can the NHIF cover. Lastly, how much the maximum amount of money that can be spent on a sick person who's a member or who's contributing to NHIF. What is the maximum? Can somebody, some young man who's very ill, be treated in hospital, and NHIF can cover the whole amount of the bill? That can be even 1 million or 2 million. How much is NHIF card going to cover? I think those are some of the areas that we need to address. And lastly is the information, as my colleague, another member here has already mentioned. People are not aware of this card. They do not know the benefits of it. All that they know is that healthcare is not efficient, that healthcare lacks medicine in hospital, that healthcare is poorly run. People have a wrong image about the hospitals that we have. We need to clean that image. We need to get rid of it and ensure that we do proper civic education and mobilization and educate people that you cannot just be at home, even if we don't have enough services in the hospitals. Still, there is certain things that can be done and addressed very well. I think less people have the faith that our health system can work, that they too can visit the hospitals and be treated, and also to improve the image that we already have on the facilities that we have. Many people say that you want me to go to that hospital where I'm just going to die. People are already negative. They just think they're going to die. They cannot benefit anything from it. Those are the areas that we need to clean for us to start benefiting from NHIF. Thank you very much, and I support this amendment bill.
The Honorable Mutunga Kanyuithia, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the NHIF amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, healthcare is important, and healthcare has been a major issue, especially in this country. But Honorable Speaker, that is probably why we had it included in our Constitution, Article 43(1)A, where we are mandated as a country and as a government to give the highest standards of health, including the reproductive health. Also, Article 46 of the Constitution looks at what kind of food we eat and how we start food. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, to underline the fact that health is key, even as we grow as a country. The NHIF as a scheme has been running for a while, and NHIF has assisted many people. It has assisted many situations. It has also improved as a scheme from a very simple cover to a fairly complicated cover today. Cover that is even taking people out of this country for treatment, a cover that is even increasing the scope of diseases that they would support, and a cover that is being a lot more accessible. But, Honorable Speaker, this cover is not very much known. Many of my colleagues have spoken to this particular fact. I remember when we were talking about universal health care, and NHIF was considered as one of the major solutions to universal health care. We went around educating our people on the importance of having the NHIF cover, importance of even paying for this particular cover, because they're supposed to contribute about 500 shillings a month, and even demystifying the fact that 500 shillings is not a lot of money, because somebody can earn, even from casual labor, that money within a month, or even much more. But, Honorable Speaker, many people do not know about NHIF. Now, the first thing that they probably wanted to see in this amendment is whether whether the committee has looked at the possibilities of ensuring that NHIF has a huge component of sensitization and the public training or exposure on what NHIF is, what NHIF can do, where it can be accessed, and how that can be done. I appreciate the fact that it is expanding the scope of coverage, including people who are even not in employment or people who are trying out their first employment. This is really important because it will deal out the danger that there is for young people who may be confronted by difficult situations arising from diseases, and they do not have a way out. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to particularly note the expansion to have a voluntary coverage of the youth. And I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to our youth to look at this cover as an important cover, because it will help them in situations that may demand serious medical attention. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that has come out this afternoon is the need for primary health care sensitization and the need for taking up primary health care as important precursor to the real health. Primary health care has to do with hygiene, it has to do with what we eat, it has to do with the nutritional components of the food we eat. It also has to do with knowledge of what one would get into if, of course, they do not take serious care of themselves. It has to do with the choices and preferences that we have or make in terms of food. If we look at many countries in the world today, those countries that we call rich countries have got peculiar diseases that their children or the younger people suffer from. Diseases of obesity. When you look at a country like ours, which we probably may say is not very rich, maybe average, we have sections of the community that people suffer from lack of food. based on the constitutional provisions and the fact that we are a nation that is growing and developing, I think one of the key components that we need to look into, and that needs to be highlighted in this particular bill, is the need to provide proper nutrition to our people, so that we can prevent the diseases instead of having to confront diseases in terms of having to cure them. Because curing a disease will require professionally trained people to diagnose, it will require drugs or it will require medication, which we will have to import from outside this country. It is possible for us to save as a nation if we had serious and strong primary health care programs that would enable our people to understand, and also if we had provisions of nutritional requirements of the bodies, so that people can be able to be protected from the nutrition-related illnesses. Why do we call this particular insurance service a fund? This is because our government provides some money into this particular scheme. It is also because there is contribution both by the people who are beneficiaries of this particular scheme, and also the employers who give people opportunities for job. It is a fund. This particular fund needs to be looked into very carefully. Honourable Speaker, we are awake to the realities that there has been huge scandals of this money being misused, being misappropriated, and being taken away or put into processes that are not necessarily in support of the growth and development of the fund. I do not know what these amendments brought by the committee have done in terms of ensuring that the management structure, the architecture of this fund, the way it is going to be handled, will be foolproof, will close up the loopholes that have been there in terms of ensuring that it is not easy to get it out. Honourable Speaker, the turnaround time for the NHIF cover is something that we need to consider very carefully. I hope that this committee has proposed, has come up with specific guidelines that will help us to reduce the turnaround time. At times, it takes too long for the NHIF to come along, especially when we have cases that have got to access treatment from outside this country. It takes long. Sometimes we have had cases getting complicated, or even people dying before NHIF can turn around and say, yes, it is possible for us to support you with so much. So it is important for us to have a cover that is not only available for everybody, not only universal in terms of coverage, not only disaggregated based on the socioeconomic status, but also one that is efficient and effective to cover our people, and that can therefore be reliable. Honourable Speaker, we have had cases where this particular cover, people come under this cover, may not have been able to access medical services, especially when they are traveling out of this country. When it comes to the way the cover is supposed to be disaggregated, I hope the committee has looked into the possibilities of upscaling this particular cover based on the levels of risk that people are exposed to. Because the levels of risk depend on where one is, what one does, and exactly how one does what. In most cases, you realize that people may need this cover. I have an example of those who probably protect us, and sometimes they may not even have any cover. Honourable Speaker, as a person, as a member of Parliament, I want to go out of my way to buy NHIF coverage using CDF for people, for the National Police Reservists who are serving in my constituency. Because we had cases of some of them dying in response to exigencies, and then their families are so poor they cannot even be able to bury the dead. And we have to consider a way of supporting them through the youth kitty. And this is something through the miscellaneous, the emergency fund. And this we request in the board, and I want to thank the board of CDF for accepting this particular request. And therefore, we put these people under cover. What I'm trying to say is that we may have vulnerable groups who are supporting us. They are playing a very important role. And this role may not be earning them sufficient resources to be able to confront situations in a way that they are able to handle them properly. And we have been able to support them in one way or another. So when we talk about universal coverage or extending the boundaries, I am happy that this is going now to cover everyone. I'm happy that it is going to also consider the different socioeconomic categories and therefore support them with what they need in terms of health coverage or health support. I know most of my colleagues have spoken to this fact, that when you go to the constituency, we are confronted with two major issues. One is the school fees for children who are not able to go to school, and the other one is the issue of ill health. This has been an issue for quite some time, and it has been a major issue for some of us because I think the economic backgrounds sometimes determine how we handle some of these issues. Madam Speaker, with those very few remarks, I wish to support.
The Honorable Mboy, member for Kathiani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
The Honorable
Speaker.
member for Kwanza, you cannot operate like that. You must understand that there is a list here, and your name is on the list. There are people who have been here before you. This particular speaker has been here from 2:30.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
you cannot.
For this opportunity to also make a contribution to this very progressive bill that seeks to amend the NHIF Act. Mr. Speaker, our forefathers' dream upon getting independence was to fight ignorance, poverty, and disease. And that seems to be, even now, the current president's dream. And that is why he has, in his Big Four agenda, the issue of universal health care. And we all know that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation, because without a healthy populace that is serving the nation, we cannot have much growth. So really, the matters of health are really, really dire issues. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the role of government is because I've heard in the recent past people talk about what the government can do for them, and some of the times I think people are being lied to, is to actually provide what we call social services and also infrastructure for the nation to grow. So one of the roles the government needs to play, very actively is the provision of healthcare, the provision of education, and then the infrastructural development. That is really the role of government, because the government doesn't have enough money to hand out and give back to the public, because the government has no money of its own. The money that the government spends comes from the people. Mr. Speaker, this is a very progressive bill, but I've looked at it and I've seen some areas where, if not carefully handled, we would find the biggest problem in Kenya, which is corruption, rearing its ugly yellow head again. And Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we address these matters carefully so that we do not have a situation or an exposure of Kenyans again to possible loss of funds. Now, the first issue I've observed, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of identification of the indigents. These are the poor and unable that are beyond 18 and that have been now told that they must mandatorily be members of NHIF. How do we identify them? Because if we do not specify and be very strict about the identification procedure, then it will happen the same way it happens every time we have these social protection nets and other ways by which people are supposed to be supported. So we need to be very careful. We need to be very keen on the identification process. Mr. Speaker, it is now mandatory for everyone above the age of 18, according to Clause 11, to be a member of NHIF. Mr. Speaker, previously, it was very unfortunate when you look at the figures that were being charged to people, that an unemployed person would pay a minimum of 500. Yet there are people who are employed who are paying less, because, the lowest amount was, I think, 160 shillings. So it's something that we need to look at. We need to make sure that these people that are unemployed, we be careful about the amount of money that they are supposed to be able to pay, because clearly you might make it difficult for them and almost impossible for them to afford it. And after all, when you call them indigents, it means that they are not able to afford some of them. Mr. Speaker, the identification of the empaneled healthcare providers, and these are the healthcare providers that are able to provide the services under NHIF, needs also to be very, very carefully done, because you've seen in the past that there are issues of fake claims that some of them, the hospitals would attempt to do inflated bills for patients. And many, many times, Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem is even how these hospitals or the service providers connect with NHIF. So people go to be helped, And then you cannot even identify yourself as a, as a contributor because you give your card and then the hospitals or healthcare providers say they cannot ascertain whether you have actually been making contributions. So I think we need to find a way by which we can connect directly every single empaneled healthcare provider to NHIF. And in fact, the money that NHIF would spend in those hospitals should only purely be for the purposes of connection so that any contributor who seeks attention would actually be able to clearly be cleared without suffering a lot. Mr. Speaker, the issue of employers' contributions to match is a very tricky one. And the bill says it is in the bill, but I've heard the report from the Health Committee seems to be trying to withdraw that. And I think that's really, really critical. Because many times people forget that employers also suffer just as much as employees. During COVID period, the employers are also suffering because there's loss of income from businesses. And so if you start hitting employers with another tax, because it's a kind of indirect tax, then clearly would be messing them up. So I'm happy that from what I hear, the committee has withdrawn that, which is a proposal here. And Mr. Speaker, that follows very closely to the issue of the penalties for delayed payments. Delayed remittance, Mr. Speaker, currently attracts a bill of 5 times the amount that is owed. 5 times. That is 500%. Where in the world is there a taxation or a penalty or can we call it interest of that kind? And Mr. Speaker, we are not talking about someone who has defaulted for a month. If the date that is set is the 9th of the next month, if you make the payment on the 10th, which is one day, you're expected to pay 500 times. I think the penalty has to be thought through. I have seen in this same bill, they have actually put 2 figures. In one place, they are saying it is 50%, and on another part, they are talking about 25%. But the committee chair talked about 5%. So I don't know which is exactly the amount, but I think it should be a low figure, and again, also graduated in terms of how long one is holding that money. So probably 5% per month, so that it makes sense. So that if it is just one day, then you pay 5%. If you stay another 30 days, then you'll be hit with another penalty of another 5%. So I think we need to be careful so that we do not make it too difficult, because that is really, Mr. Speaker, there are times when employers are not even able to pay salaries. And because of these punitive taxes, they end up paying the tax and not paying the workers. So you find the workers are employed, but the NHIF, the NSSF, and all these remittances have been made, but the workers themselves are not paid. So we have to be careful not to hit them with huge penalties, because I think the target should be the money reaches the worker first, and if there's any other deductions, then they go to the state corporations later. Mr. Speaker, I would want to propose that as we consider this amendment, let us also look at the possibility of covering people when it comes to issues to do with pandemics. You know, as we are talking, Mr. Speaker, the COVID is a pandemic that has hit this nation, and people are actually, even those who are insured, some of them are not able to access this insurance because they are saying it's a pandemic. So we need to look at the possibility of ensuring that every single situation that is health-based is actually covered. Otherwise, then the issue of health insurance loses meaning, because we insure ourselves for the unknown, and a pandemic is an unknown and an unexpected. So it's really important that they cover even pandemics. Mr. Speaker, Clause 24 mandates the NHIF board to procure medical equipment and infrastructure for empaneled health service providers. This is an area that I have very huge question marks about. Because why would NHIF, which is supposed to receive funds for the treatment and the care of the patients, be also giving the same health service providers money to build their own infrastructure? Give them money to buy equipment. I mean, look at it from this perspective. Some of these health providers are private business people. And if we open such a loophole, it means then, therefore, that with good connections, they can get all their equipment purchased by NHIF. So I think this is one area that I don't understand why we would want hard-earned people's money that is for their security and for their health being used to pay these hospitals. Otherwise, finally, Mr. Speaker, I think we also need to talk to our county governments. I've heard one of my colleagues say it. We have our county governments that also have a role to play in this issue of service provision for health. And I've come from a meeting today morning where people are complaining almost all dispensaries that were built under CDF have not been opened in the constituency up to now. And we need to ensure that Kenyans get health. So we need to ensure that that is also done as we build the universal health coverage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I support.
The Honorable Wanyonyi Kevin, member for Kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say when the chair lady of the Committee of Health made this amendment, I was very excited because, one, that she actually was saying now this the turn of the event, and therefore, to me, Mr. Speaker, having read that proposal of amendment, this NHIF started somewhere 1966, quite some time. Some people are not even born. And basically, I want to support this because, one, she mentioned that youth could actually contribute up to 100 or 150 shillings, which I think if it's true, and that's what she said here, I really want to support this amendment because that means we're going to make it very open, be able to make it accessible to all the stakeholders and particularly those who are not working. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, you look at it, there's a saying that a healthy nation is a prosperous nation. And we are trying to expand this facility to be able to make people accessible to the health care. Today, as it is, and many, many diseases are coming up, including the COVID-19, which is actually a problem today. We don't know where it came from. And in fact, these particular facilities in the third reading, we want to make it that actually NHIF should be able to help those affected, be able to access the medication even if they are actually positive. Because they are saying that it's an epidemic, you cannot, no, how? I don't have any way I can defend myself against an epidemic that has come. And therefore, it's erroneous, and therefore, we should actually include, and we never know what comes under another epidemic that may come. But for this particular time, we want, because many people have had that problem. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, you look at the way we are as members of parliament. I get phones, and everybody else here, we get phones from home. Somebody, he says, look, I'm sick, I don't know what to do, and says, please help me with some money. So I want us to be able to have this information accessible to people at home, so that the people out there, maybe through whatever means, we advertise so that these facilities is known, because most people don't know about NHIF, and most cases when somebody is sick, he comes to you and say, can you help me pay the NHIF? Because, that is what we are having as a problem out there, and when you go at home, that is exactly what happens. You go home, you spend more than, and you know the percentage, if you have not been contributing, as just the previous speaker just mentioned, is up to 50%. If somebody has not been able to contribute because of the times, how will he get the money to contribute towards the NHIF? And therefore, I think, first and foremost, we want to make this known so that this facility is known to everybody in the rural area. I don't know, maybe through advertisement, through local radios, so people can know that now it's very cheap, very easy to access NHIF. 100 shillings, I think, is affordable. And 150, as mentioned by the chair lady, is affordable, as opposed to 500, so that we can be able to get the people to understand that surely these facilities can be able to help you in difficult times. And therefore, as we go ahead, Mr. Speaker, I want the committee to have that so that when you pass this particular amendment, we should be able now to expect at least some clause where people can be able to understand what this means. NHIF is something that can be able to help us. And I think the other problem is that I'm seeing this is that, Mr. Speaker, we have this question, and I think it's because of corruption in this country. Management of some of these funds, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we're going to do, but I think we should be able to be very, very clear so that we have the management of these funds above board. So that, you know, those who are going to partner with us can be able to be encouraged to partner with us. This, because the risks that are there now is that, you know, you find a facility like this one here, with the next 2 or 3 years, it is now with some corruptions and something like that. Somebody's taken out, somebody's arrested. We want to make sure that we get people who join this particular management of these particular facilities are people that can be able to be trusted. I don't know how, because corruption is here with us, and that's what happens. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to say we support this amendment. Just come at the right time, but at the same time, take time to be able to explain to our people, the beneficiaries, that this is how it's going to help us, so that people can be able to voluntarily contribute to us this. And it should not be punitive. When somebody has only contributed and somehow he gets like border, for example, we want to encourage the border people because they're the ones that are actually running around. And it's very risky. You see them on the road and say, my God, how are they riding? You know, the risk that they undertake because of rushing to be able to make a daily earning are very high. And therefore, let's make it that people understand the importance of this so they can be able to contribute voluntarily and be able to at least ease this burden to the members of parliament. Disaster, you know, somebody has had an accident, you know, broken legs. I have 4 cases today sent to Eldoret, 4 cases in my place, where some young men, I don't know what happened, had a very serious accident. Head-on accident with another one, and what happens is in Eldoret, and then what happens, Mheshimiwa, you have to send us some money. The bill is, I have to put in some metals. The bill is about 1.3 million shillings. Where do I get that kind of money? So let's at least, Mr. Speaker, make sure that this particular amendment is taken through and people be encouraged. Yeah, something be encouraged voluntarily to be able to contribute so that we are covered and so that the burden actually is lessened. Otherwise, I want to thank you for giving that opportunity. I was not just complaining, but at the same time, equipping our hospitals is another one. We just have to, when we have these facilities, be able to have them equipped. I do not want to see a first person being transferred from say, my sub-county all the way to Nairobi, just because they are not. Let's have this equipment actually brought in because we'll be able to pay for whatever services that they are being offered. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this, but we have to make some amendments in the 3rd reading of this particular bill. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Okelo Odoyo, the member for Nyando.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I am a bit bewildered on your factual observation on additional responsibilities that have consistently and incrementally been lumped up on the national government CDF funds. I think because Kenyans are yet to internalize the terms of references around CDF, probably because it was the first devolved money back to the electorate. Because again, health is a devolved function. But yet, just as you correctly put it, even cabinet secretaries who belong to the affluent community and are enlightened would still be asking us to shoulder NHIF bills or remissions on behalf of our constituents. This is bizarre. Certain times, even issues to do with agriculture or water, roads, which are under the purview of devolved functions, still come to our doorstep to be handled by us. And we ask ourselves, when will this end? So that Kenyans can discern what is under the mandate of the county government and those that fall under the national government CDF funds. But you know, we will not stop carrying out civic education on the same. Healthcare, as a matter of fact, takes so much. The pandemic has made it even worse. At the advent of the pandemic in the month of March last year, for an admission of a COVID patient in any hospital, 300,000 must be paid upfront. And you ask yourself, where would 300,000 be coming from? Especially for a disease that never gives any notice. Of course, all diseases never give any notice. And Kenyans do not enjoy the latitude that is enjoyed by other nations, where there are safety nets in terms of health insurance. America was just grappling with the Obamacare, which was to provide some safety to the invalids or to the patients who are confronted with, you know, either terminal or just any other kind of disease that is coming about. So we are in a catch-22 situation. Our people must get access to healthcare, as is espoused in Article 43 of our Constitution, but we also have to contend with humongous bills that are sent by different health facilities to the patients. So this bill, I would say, is timely. It is giving more responsibilities, more teeth to the National Hospital Insurance Fund, and trying to expand that horizon so that it can incorporate so many people under the same category. As members of parliament, I cannot imagine the amount of phone calls we get on a daily basis asking for hospital bills for patients to be released from various health facilities. Honorable Speaker, I have a bill under conveyor belt that talks about indigents not being arbitrarily detained by various health facilities in the country. I have been looking at how much we spend on matters health. Even when people retire and they get their pensions and they have to get, you know, that gratuity, that part of it, without any insurance cushioning it, the whole money goes towards health care. And you ask yourself, why are you working for your health? So that at the end of the day, you pay hospitals these huge sums of money. People, I think, work in order that they can create wealth and build wealth, and that wealth is used now to expand it even further, but not to someday take the whole savings to pay for hospital. And therefore, this is a bill that I think we must all universally support so that we have some grounding in terms of our health care. Honorable Speaker, I have noted each time I visit a health facility and I use my insurance card, the security features that are employed on that scheme, where you have to use your thumb in order to give them permission. Secondly, they have to call your employer for verification. Additionally, they have to call the insurer so that there is concurrence. But in the National Health Insurance Fund, and this is susceptible to abuse and manipulation, there is nothing to counter-check the veracity of that claim, and that is what brings about fake claims. And therefore, the government at the end of the day spends so much money on fake claims to the detriment of those who really need really need that health care. If this NHIF is going to be something worth talking about, then they must go a step further to incorporate these security features and counter-checking so that we do not lose so much money to people who are not sick, yet we have the suffering who will be detained in various health facilities or denied access to health care in general. So, Honorable Speaker, we all understand that a healthy nation is a productive nation. And this bill will help us address issues of sickness, the pandemic. Now we have corona, we had Ebola the other time, and we know that as long as we are still on this rough world, other pandemics will come. And therefore, this is a level of preparedness, just in case we shall be confronted by any other illness. And Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that the remissions by various citizens going forward will also be put into an investment program by NHIF so that we do not run a risk of lack of funds within that kitty or within that pool. And hospitals will now have to directly charge patients because their insurance scheme doesn't have money. So let's hope that this will also be run so professionally, because what we have seen in the recent past is nothing to write home about. What we need is a healthy country, a healthy nation, where people have access to health care, where people falling sick will not fear to go to a health facility just because they do not have money. This is going to provide a lasting safety net for our people, and my mother deep down in the village wouldn't have to call me anytime she's feeling unwell. And at that age, they are susceptible to illnesses on a daily basis. Some of them are even fearing to go to do vaccination for COVID-19, I think because of the myths around this thing, and perhaps because some people overreact to vaccination and hence becomes like a guinea pig across the village. And people say, so-and-so got ill after taking that jab, and therefore we are not ready for it. So the health personnel, together the ministry, would also help us pass the right information on this NHIF scheme, even as we also persuade our various governors and those working under the health department of our counties to take this responsibility. Kisumu County, for instance, would be receiving not less than 4 billion annually. CDF is only 100 million shillings, but believe you me, even up to now, you walk across the counties, you only see CDF projects. There is nothing to show about county projects. I'm not casting any aspersion on our good governors, but I think they need to move a step further, to do a lot more for the people that we serve. And for that, I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity.
The Honorable Kello, I am sure Kisumu County receives in excess of 10 billion, because my county, which is one of the tiniest, receives 6 billion, which is, we do not know where it goes to. The Honorable Kihara Kimari, member for Mathioya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, and to say on the onset that I support this bill because it's timely. In fact, I think it is should have been done like yesterday. However, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to speak on a number of amendments that I would have wanted to see into this bill, and I'm happy that Honorable Jikal, who is a member of the committee of that committee, did speak on one that I felt that would have been counterproductive, especially Section 15, Section 15 of the principle of the Act, where we, of course, would have wanted to propose that they drop that, and because the whole issue of matching contribution for employers at this very difficult time is totally would have been counterproductive in many ways, and maybe even punitive to our employers, and perhaps even would have caused employers also to look at ways of cutting those expenses, and one would have maybe even cut job losses or dropping out some of the insurance schemes that they may be having for their employees. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to hear that that they have acceded to, and it's extremely welcome. The other section, Honorable Speaker, which is also important, is Section 22. Since my feeling is that since NHIF is a statutory mandatory cover now, it should then be able to cater for the primary care, and the insurers should therefore be allowed to pay net of the NHIF. I think this is extremely important so that there are synergies. The uptake of insurance has been very low in this country, and medical insurance has actually been a loss-making field for very long. But I am encouraged to see that with this NHIF bill, then people we want to net into this are going to bring in a huge reserve fund that can be able to cater for a lot. Honorable Speaker, my expectation is that even as the fund expands, then NHIF should also be able to also subsequently expand the coverage for its members to ensure that they can, apart from the area of ward and the few areas, we can also do even outpatient medical cover with the funds as the fund grows. Then, of course, the issue of management of the funds will be critical, and it will be good to see them bringing in systems that can bring in accountability. Honorable Speaker, as employers, we have deadlines within which to pay NHIF, and that is welcome. And it should not be punitive to members when they are late, to an extent of becoming very, very punitive. As Honorable Bui said, perhaps that should be progressive. But on the other side as well, Honorable Speaker, we have noted a lot of instances where claims that are already admitted by NHIF take too long to be paid to the service providers. I, for one, have been approached even by providers in my constituency, like Kereine Mission Hospital, who sometimes are owed humongous amounts of money by NHIF. And you see that now then boils down to the service that they will be able to, they can provide. And this being one of the hospitals that really provide service to my people in Mathioya, we would want to ensure that even them, as the same way they are able to give deadlines in terms of payment of NHIF contributions, it should be also the same way that all admitted claims should also be paid within certain periods of time, so as to ensure that these institutions are also able to run, are able to provide medicine, are able to expand their services, and when we see those institutions grow, it becomes extremely welcome. Honorable Speaker, I know there have also been huge concerns on claims that are fraudulent, and I want to believe NHIF should be able to now determine institutions where fraudulent claims come from, and they should simply ensure that those ones are curtailed from the services, or at least legal action is taken. So and there should be a way of dealing with those issues, rather than ensure so that those that are admitted can also be paid on time. I want to believe this with the expanded room in NHIF, there should be, that should enable that organization to really grow. The funds must be managed well. We want to ensure that they can be able to pay claims on time. We would also want to ensure that there is also healthy competition with insurers, who are a very big bridge in the industry, in the area of healthcare. For me, then, with those two, Honorable Speaker, and even the other issue that was raised by Honorable Bui on Section 24, on equipping service providers, I think that there must be a clear way right on the onset on how they will be able to do that, how they want to go about that, how you will determine which institution you will give kidney a kidney machine, or you know, this other facility or that. I think that and you know, this can be a very area with a lot of gray hair. It's an area that needs to be managed well, and I think it's an area that should not be rushed. There must be a clear system, or otherwise, right now, that is an area that should be dropped. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable members, allow me to briefly interrupt this debate to just convey this message. Honorable members, this is a message from the President, number 05 of 2021, in regard to or nominees for appointment to the position of member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 42, Sabbatical 1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency President conveying his nomination of persons for appointment to the position of member of the Independent and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. His Excellency the President, having received the report of the selection panel for the appointment of commissioners of the IEBC, and in accordance with the procedure set out in Section 7A of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission Act 2011, Act number 9 of 2011, as read together with the first schedule to the Act and Sections 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Act number 33 of 2011, is now seeking the approval of the National Assembly on the appointment of the following nominees. Number 1, Ms. Juliana Honge Cherera. Number 2, Mr. Francis Mathenge Wanderi. Number 3, Ms. Irene Cherop Masit. Number 4, Mr. Justus Abonyo Nyangaya. Honorable members, Standing Order number 45, 1, requires that upon receipt of notice of nomination for appointment of a person to such office, the nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. Further, Section 8.1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act number 33 of 2011 requires the National Assembly to consider the nominations within 28 days. In this regard, honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of the said law, and paragraph 3 of Standing Order 42 relating to messages from the President, I hereby refer the message together with the curriculum vitae of the 4 nominees to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for the committee to undertake the necessary approval hearings. The committee should expeditiously notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and upon conclusion of the hearings, table its report in the House in good time to enable the House to consider the matter within the stipulated timelines, preferably before the long recess which in accordance with the calendar of the National Assembly is scheduled for 20th August 2021. I thank you. The Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, EGH, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly, Tuesday, August 10, 2021. We shall proceed with the business that we are going on with, and the next person on my list is the Honorable Nangabo Janet, member for Trans Nzoia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity at least to contribute to this timely bill of health concerning NHIF. Honorable Speaker, this is very important. Honorable Speaker, according to me, during those days, people have talked about in 1966 when some of us were not born. But according to me, Honorable Speaker, I was also an employee for KP and TC by that time. Honorable Speaker, by that time, NHIF was not being considered, especially to certain scale. Like when you are now in scale 10 and scale 11, you are not given NHIF. But when you are in scale 9 and 8 up to 4, you are given NHIF. Honorable Speaker, during that time, what they were doing, when you are sick, when you are being taken to hospital, NHIF will cover for your expenses in hospital. Again, when you got an accident while on work, you can be compensated, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I know my colleagues have exhausted this bill, but according to me now I can go straight away to expectant matters, whereby we had this Linda Mama program. I remember in 2 weeks' time, the last 2 weeks I had asked the Ministry of Health to give us a statement of those expectant matters, because according to the Ministry of Health, they were paying for NHIF, but in particular hospitals. It was not mandatory that you must go to a certain hospital so that they pay. They were picking hospitals on the ground, so that when you are an expectant mother, you are supposed to go to that hospital. And they were not paying those hospitals, Honorable Speaker. But last week, I heard from the Ministry of Health when they said that since 2019, they did not pay those hospitals. But last month, in June, they remitted that money to various hospitals, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about NHIF, this NHIF must be mandatory to all Kenyans, and especially those Kenyans that are very poor, from poor background, Honorable Speaker. Because some of these people who are contributing NHIF to these NHIF cards, there are those people who are very poor, especially those mamambogas, Honorable Speaker, those people who ride motorbikes, and even those pota-pota, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is true, my colleagues have talked about that you must at least have a guard and stay with it in 6 months. Honorable Speaker, I want to pursue this Parliament and my colleagues so that when somebody has been recruited or somebody has been given that NHIF card, let him or her be considered immediately. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that because so many porta-pottas, those people who have been hired by those posts, when they get an accident, Honorable Speaker, they are not treated. Because when they go there, when they talk about NHIF card, they say, you people, you have not been recruited, or you are recruited yesterday or 1 month ago. But remember, Honorable Speaker, these people have already contributed the money.
So I'm urging the Committee on Health also to consider that, to make sure that those people who are also recruited, or those people who...
The Honorable Nangabo, you've been caught up with time. You will have a balance of 5 minutes when this order is in place again on the order paper. Honorable members, I just need to make one correction in regard to the communication that I've made in regard to the communication from His Excellency the President. I read out that it is Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. The correct date is today's date, which is 5th of August 2021. So that correction is to be noted. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 10th August 2021 at 2:30 p.m.